Good afternoon, everybody. We are glad that you have joined us. It is February 18th, 2021, and this is our regular City Commission meeting. And so we'll move forward with the adoption of our agenda. Madam Clerk?
First, we have the adoption of the consent agenda with no modifications.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to adopt our consent agenda. Adam, welcome. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always good to be back. There are no speakers at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll move back for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
He's absent.
Absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Ariola absent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next, we have the adoption of the regular agenda with several modifications. I'm hoping those will come up on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll share my screen now. The first modification is an added item, file 200863, appointments to the canvassing board. The next modification is additional backup was added to item 200736. The following item 200358 COVID update has been removed, and that item has been replaced with with file 200690, which contains added backup. And the final modification is revised backup to item 200833.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kessler. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the regular agenda with these 5 modifications. Adam, any members of the public wish to speak to that motion?
No, Mr. Mayor. No members of the public are online at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola still absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Ariola absent. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is general public comment. And we have no recorded voicemail public comments this week.
Okay, Adam, then over to you.
No, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line. The floor is yours.
Okay. So then, Madam Clerk, that'll be our next item.
The next item is business discussion item 1, 200718, advisory board and committee annual reports.
Okay, thank you. So we have just the Human Rights Board, correct, in front of us?
The development review boards.
Oh, I'm sorry, Development Review Board. So do we have somebody with us virtually to present that report?
I believe we do have the chair of the board. If you are present, you may go ahead and go. There's Mr. Calderon.
Oh, I see Mr. Calderon there. Are you going to deliver the report, Mr. Calderon?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will go ahead and do that. The chair was supposed to do this, but I would help him out with this.
Everybody's devices are chirping.
Mr. Thompson is in the meeting.
Yeah, but I don't think he's trying to present, but he cannot get his.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do we need to make him a co-host? Okay, this is fine. We can do it this way.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Thompson, how are you? Mr. Thompson, are you able to share your screen, or do you need us to bring up the presentation for you? We can advance it for you if you want to present the information.
Yeah, let's see if I can find the screen here. That looks like the screen.
Perfect.
That's me, but I am going to try to
Oh,
go ahead with the presentation and he could join me. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, good afternoon. Representing the Development Review Board in presenting the report. The first question of the report deals with the mission of the board. And the mission of the board is briefly as listed in the ordinance to review petitions, collaborate with the plan board, and work with staff on various issues and perform the duties as required by the city commission. Also to receive periodic training, which we do customarily. The DRB met 7 times and dealt with 10 petitions, which included variances, special environmental permits, and wetlands issues. The board works with most of the departments within the city. Highlights of the 2019-20 meeting: we reviewed petitions as presented to us. They addressed unique issues that surfaced during development review. Some of those dealt with multimodal transportation, sidewalk design, and efficiency in conducting the review. Some concerns were about the infrastructure of the surrounding neighborhoods as new development comes in, how those impact the need for additional infrastructure. For example, sidewalks would be one, and the impact of new development on adjacent neighborhoods as we review them and we look at them during the review process. Other highlights: we participated in training. Some of us went to the APA and also had training with staff. And we looked at the new transect zones and the regulations along Waldo Road, because we had one petition that was a little problematic and we were trying to understand how it also impacted the neighborhood, and some of the build to line and placement of parking, which are required by the transect zone. The 2021 projects, staff will continue working with the consultant on the comprehensive plan and the land development code. We have some time scheduled, at least in the future, to work with the consultant. We also have regular meetings. We try to schedule regular meetings with the plan board to discuss issues that came up during our review, and one of the areas was Waldo Road, and we want to show you that area here. The development was going in this area, and we wanted to see how had issues about how it impacted the surrounding development. One of the big issues which we referred to staff was the need for additional sidewalk as this development comes in, because we couldn't ask the developer to pay for sidewalks over on this side and back here and over here. And this was the development that came in and some of the issues we addressed at that time. Our other projects for 21, we want to continue working with the consultant, collaborate with the plan board, and to receive training. Also, we were looking at opportunities throughout the year to share ideas and observations with the commission. As part of the reasons we would like to meet with you, you asked how you can help us serve better. So that's one of the things we thought about. As a board that works for you, we would like to at least share our ideas with you. We would like to see that you continue to appoint members as you do across the city itself. Continue to fund the DRB for those various projects that they do, especially training and collaboration at local meetings. And we wanted to ensure that we work towards protecting our neighborhoods, look at improve the multimodal system and wetlands and environmental issues, which are some of the main issues that we discovered during our review. And of course, we would like to continue supporting the comprehensive plan through the budget process. And also, we would like you to look at the one issue that was raised by the last student member, Corey Godo, that she felt that she was not represented in terms of having a vote. And she wanted us to bring that to your attention for consideration in the future of whether we should allow student members to have a vote on the board. And of course, we wanted you to try and work with the school board, Alachua County, Santa Fe, and the university to try to have a greater role or continue to have a greater role in the community as they impact a number of situations throughout and around the city. With that, if you have any questions, we'll attempt to answer it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Mr. Thompson, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yes, I came in at the any questions time, which I think is probably appropriate. That presentation that Lawrence just gave would have taken me 30 minutes. So I think you all saved yourself like half an hour in time. I have a lot more ideas that I was going to intersperse. And as I said, it would have been a lot longer than we'd probably want to deal with. However, I'm very happy to answer questions if anybody has any. So just fire ahead. There was a lot of, we did a lot this year, and our board, the purview of the board was expanded to include variances. So the Board of Adjustment went by the by. We do that. So we have more decision-making process, more decision-making power at the moment. And I think we're using that to work with staff and other departments in the city to improve basically the public welfare by putting in conditions on developments that we see to improve just the livability of Gainesville. So yes, I'm here if anybody has any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. We will turn to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Thompson, thank you for making time to serve on this committee. You've been committed to these sorts of things for a long time in our community, and I appreciate you bringing that to the advisory board. And I appreciate everyone serving on this advisory board. It is a time commitment, and I appreciate everyone's effort on this. My question for you, in discussion here a few months ago, we talked about the historic neighborhood overlays, and I'm not sure what permanent name for that we settled on, or if we've settled on a permanent name for it. But the idea that we kicked around was that the DRB, or one of the ideas we kicked around, was that the DRB would work with those, would be essential to that process, potentially. I mean, it doesn't have to be, because again, we haven't settled on the final, what those will look like when it's all said and done. Are you and you believe the board comfortable with being a part of that process?
I think I could speak for the whole board that we're comfortable with being part of any process that involves city livability and growth and development patterns. We pay particular attention to things such as multimodal transportation, make sure that bicycles and pedestrians can also travel around the city safely, and certainly historic neighborhoods and preservation of resources is all very part of development. We see developments when they come, we do not see all developments that come in front of the city. We only see the ones that are asking for exemptions or variances. And so we're sort of limited in what we see, but when we do look at a particular review plan, we're very careful to take into consideration all of the aspects such as the historic value, environmental value, basically the livability, and how the development would affect that. The same with individual variances. So yes, I think that the board would be very much like to be involved with anything that involves the appropriate growth of the city.
Very good, thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Mr. Thompson, do you think your board, the current board as it sits now, do you think that it's a very well diverse board?
It is not. I would say it's not diverse. It is, in particular, the representation from East Gainesville is not there. If you look at where everybody lives from the board, it's typically in the Northwest and the Southwest. So, and I think that's something that the City Commission could do, would very much value input from a more diverse, more diverse part of the city. So that is something that should go on the agenda. That's one of our intentions, is to make sure that everybody is heard. At the moment, we have very good discussions, and I think everybody on the board is very aware of the particular problems that Gainesville has, and we're all particularly inclined to help appropriate development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. So, my fellow commissioners, this is a problem that we have on our boards, particularly this board, and because of some of the activities, that growth, particularly in our city. I think we need to really look at how we can get more diversity on the DRB board. What do we need to do to, I don't know, maybe put it in the equity toolkit, maybe have Tanisha's office look at the board and come up with a way that we can market it in a way that we're getting more diversity to the board. Because this board needs to reflect our community, especially the DRB board. So, I want to move, but I don't know if there's any other questions or anything else that anybody else want to talk about, but I'd like to make a motion at some point.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, well, I like to move that we have equity of inclusion, take a look at this board and come up and have staff come back with some other opportunities for criteria for this board, and we need to really have them look at ways that we can engage the public more for the DRB board.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to refer diversity of the Development Review Board to the Office of Equity and Inclusion and come back with some recommendations on how to create a more diverse set of board members. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm totally in support, and I think that's a great proposal. I would also like to add to the motion, if we could, to ask them to bring back language to add a vote to the student seat as it currently stands.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola?
That was me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I served on boards when I was a student, and I served as a regular member. If we add student members, that'll create even numbers on some of these boards. So I think we could have a further discussion of that, but and maybe having the student position veers people to that, and they don't actually apply for the regular board. And I think that's a fair thing. And maybe we shouldn't even have student seats and just have regular seats, and everyone can be available to it. But I would have concerns with just making that a regular seat, because it will create an even number, and then people can apply for the regular board as well. So I won't support that portion of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we can split those two parts of the motion.
Can I respond?
Sure.
I think that's a fair point, that it makes it even. So that's why I'm asking for them to bring back. So obviously you would want to add a seat or delete a regular seat to make it an odd number so that there can be tie-breaking votes. But I think that it's just, I just think it's important to have that seat be open and allow for that representation for the students.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. First of all, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Calderon, thank you very much for all the work. incredibly difficult year to, meet as a board and have the very technical and detailed discussions that y'all have and make decisions that are very impactful. And so we appreciate the agility with which the board, approached their responsibilities. And, with really just a couple meetings missed, you were able to pick your work back up and keep the business of the city moving forward. So it does not go unnoticed how challenging that was. And I know that you're all looking forward to a point in time when you can meet under normal circumstances and see each other and interact better. So thank you for that. I do want to turn to the public and see if any members of the public wish to speak to the motion. We'll start with anybody in City Commission chambers. Welcome.
As someone with some scant experience getting onto boards, I can say that I've attended every board the city has just to see who's serving at the task, and been on a few. And while some are easy to get onto, some have always been intensely political, particularly the Plan Board and the Development Review Board. There is definitely some kind of wall of privilege that operates to get onto those, or people have to get important connections with developers, etc., to have lobbying power behind them, apparently, pushing them into these positions. So something really needs to, there's a concrete ceiling that needs to be cracked there.
Thank you. Adam, I'll turn it over to you to see if there's any members that have called in that want to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry?
Can I speak to that motion quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the last time that there was a board turnover, I think there was 5 vacant seats and 5 applicants. So everybody who stepped up to the plate ended up being nominated to the board. So certainly in the time I have been there, it seems like it has been open. We could use more applicants and have the city commission nominates these board members, but we do need to have more applicants, and maybe there could be some outreach program to attempt to increase that applicant pool.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Calderon, do you know when the next openings come up?
Mr. Mayor, you just appointed the 2 members, I think, about a month or so ago. And so you have a full slate maybe in a year or so. But I believe there's one member who's spoken to me about not continuing because of certain concerns of COVID. So you may have another opportunity soon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will turn back to the commission for a vote. The first, we're going to split the vote. The first vote will be whether or not we would like the Office of Equity Inclusion to bring back information on transitioning the student seat to a full voting member. Madam Clerk, could you please call that vote?
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
This is which portion of this again?
The student,
No.
back information about student seat. That was no from
Commissioner
Hayes
Johnson?
Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Ward and Hayes Santos in dissent. The second part of the motion will be to refer to the Office of Equity Inclusion, asking them to bring back some recommendations on creating greater diversity on this particular board. Madam Clerk, if you could please call that vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Mr. Thompson, please convey to the rest of your board our thanks and our gratitude for the hard work that y'all do, and please stay safe out there. Mr. Calderon, to you as well. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could we have our next item, please?
Next, we have item 200840, appointments to the Gainesville Human Rights Board, with the recommendation that the City Commission discuss and appointments to the Human Rights Board and take appropriate action.
All right, thank you. So we have 7 applications for 3 full terms that will begin in a couple days once they're appointed. I see nobody in the auditorium that has applied. Adam, do we have anybody, or Madam Clerk, do we have anybody that's called in that's applied for the board and would like to address the commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one candidate I see so far. Mr. Haroon Papa is, I'm going to allow him to talk and promote to panelists. All right, Mr. Papa, you are in the meeting. You can share your, you can turn your video on and unmute yourself to speak to your application.
Hello, can anybody see me?
We cannot see you, but we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, it seems like my mic is working. However, I don't see any options for a camera.
Well, that's just fine. If you want to describe how handsome you are, you're welcome to, or you can just tell us why you want to be on the board.
All right, let me invite my mother real quick. But, well, thank you for having me today. I'm just going to be talking a little bit about myself and my interest in applying to the Gainesville Human Rights Board. So, as you might have read in my application, I am currently a medical student. I should be finishing up my degree soon. And central to medicine is this idea of leadership, advocacy, and teamwork. And so as it is, the Gainesville Human Rights Board, being a part of that, would fulfill that role for me. And it would allow me to serve the local Gainesville community, and as well, and on top of that, share my knowledge and the skills that I've learned to people who may not have access to those skills normally. And beyond that, I would be able to assist and comment on decisions regarding disability, public health, and any sort of healthcare related discrimination. So I would do this all in support of Chapter 8 articles and the Code of Ordinances for Gainesville. But beyond that, does anybody have any questions for me or my application, or would like to know more about me?
Possibly. Commissioner Sacco? Yes. Mr. Papa, we do have a question from Commissioner Sacco.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for applying. I do have one question. You said you're almost finished with your degree. Are your plans to remain in Gainesville for the long term?
Yes, I hope to be in Gainesville for the next decade, at least.
Good enough for me. Thank you.
It's ambitious to think a decade ahead, boy.
They don't give us much choice, unfortunately.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you, Mr. Papa. Thank you for your willingness to serve and for joining us today and introducing yourself to us. And best of luck with the remainder of your medical school. That is a tough road to hoe, as they say. So we appreciate you being willing to donate what little time you have to serving your community. Ms. Bryant, do we have anybody else with us?
I don't believe we have anyone else waiting.
No? Okay. Adam, do you have anybody that's called in that's an applicant?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, very good. Then we'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we add, I'm going to butcher some of these names, Dejan Kane, Haroon Papa, and Christina Espinoza Hayward to the Human Rights Board.
Okay, a motion that we reappoint Dejan Kane and then appoint Christina Espinoza Hayward and Haroon Papa to fill out the 3 vacant seats on the Human Rights Board. The motion was by Commissioner Sacco, the second by Commissioner Ariola. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion inside the chamber? Adam, anybody calling in?
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody here at this time.
Madam Clerk, will you please call a roll call vote?
Chair Simmons. Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Papa, as well as our two other applicants. We appreciate your service. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is BD 3180942, GRU Service Area Maps and Extension Policies, with the recommendation that the City Commission receive and evaluate the GRU service area maps and require any development that extends water and wastewater services beyond the Alachua County urban cluster line to receive approval from the City Commission prior to receiving a utility construction permit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. General Manager, did you want to make any comments? Or we got Tom Brown, I see, with us, or Tom Burr?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, Tom Brown, Chief Operating Officer for GRU. I'm here today to discuss with you GRU service area maps and extension policies. And along with me should be Mr. Rick Hutton from our water wastewater group, supervising engineer design out there. Rick will actually be presenting the presentation. Last time I tried to do this on Zoom, I had trouble sharing my screen and things. So hopefully Rick will be able to accomplish that for us. Just as a brief background in history, I think this came out of the General Policy Committee. There was a request that came out of GPC for GRU to provide maps to the City Commission relative to our various utility services. Subsequently, we did provide those maps. And since there really wasn't at that time any kind of a request for anything beyond that, we put it through under basically consent. And during that consent period, it was actually pulled from consent by you, Mr. Mayor, because I think Commissioner Santos was looking to possibly talk about some policy changes relative to our maps and permissions to make expansions. So the item was actually pulled from consent. And on your recommendation, we took it back to the UAB because it was going to concerning a policy decision. So that was your desire. That's what we did. The UAB discussed it and reviewed it on February 10th. And based on their approval, we were bringing it back to you today for further discussion and for you to take whatever actions you need to do that. We'll be making a brief slideshow presentation where hopefully we can add a little more color to the various things and give you a little bit of information for you to make your decision. I think the materials were probably provided in your backup, but we'll go over them again here today. So Rick, if you could share your screen, it'd be much appreciated. I assume Rick is out there. I can't.
He is in the meeting. I just checked, Mr. Brown.
Okay. I've got 20 people on my screen, but I don't see Rick.
Yeah, he's on the second screen.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, a little technical difficulty here. That's always the most stressful part of any presentation for me. Okay, here we are. Are you able to see the slideshow now?
Yes, sir.
We are.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Rick, why don't you move to the next slide?
Okay.
Well, we're going great so far. All right, first slide is kind of a composite view that shows all of the various utility maps overlaid over top of each other. And I think it shows a number of different things. One, you see the yellow line, which is the gas group, expands the furthest out up into the city of Alachua, and doesn't really conform to the kind of the other boundary lines. You see the gray area contained in the center of the map is actually the boundary for the city of Gainesville. So you can see that quite a few of our utilities extend services beyond the city of Gainesville, including, electric, water, and wastewater, as well as gas. The purple area that's shown on the map is this area served currently by our reclaimed water system. And you can see the systems, they're all different. None of them overlap. Some of them represent boundaries that are defined by law, and others are just the extent of where our services actually extend to today. So with that, why don't we move to the next slide? This is the boundary from our electric service area. And I think what's noteworthy here is that the state of Florida is completely divided up into territories served by various utilities and municipalities. Around us, we would have Duke, FPL, and Clay, and I think a little bit Seminole actually touches on us as well. So there is no unclaimed territory for us to expand into. For GRU to expand the electric service territory, we would have to get an agreement with the neighboring utility to allow us to do that. And usually that would occur through a sale. They're not going to just give us territory and customers without paying for it. And it would also require the approval of the Florida Public Service Commission to do that. So these wouldn't happen in a vacuum. And quite frankly, the amount of money that would be involved in making an expansion of that territory would already require us to come back to the City Commission as part of a budgetary line item or some sort of unique project to make that happen. Okay, Rick, next slide.
So Tom, you may want to mention the fact that we don't share the donut hole in the middle of that territory for University of Florida. So somebody doesn't think that we have that as our territory.
So noted.
Yeah, unless something happened.
Well, I wish I could report today that it was all one
yeah,
area, but
so just for any of our viewers out there, the reference that the general manager is making is that the University of Florida is under Duke Energy's territory. And I know there's been many discussions about how we might be able to take over the University of Florida as a customer. But going back to Mr. Brown's previous statement, Duke would need to agree to do that. And they like any utility is not just going to hand it over, free of charge. So it would really need to be up to GRU making an offer that was attractive enough to Duke to make them consider it. We have had those conversations. So far, there has not been an agreement that would make sense for GRU to move forward. But the discussions are ongoing. We haven't slammed the door shut. Back to you, Tom.
Yeah, the only boundary change that I know of on the electric side has been on the western part of our border with Clay Electric, and that was by mutual agreement. We exchanged territories with them, I believe, about 6 years ago. So the next slide is the gas service area, and it's kind of not uniform, to say the least. It extends different parts. And the gas utility is a little bit unique in the sense that we have our gas system out there, and to expand it, we would first have to go back and get approval from the Public Service Commission again to make sure we weren't encroaching on somebody else's existing gas lines. There aren't any defined gas service territories per se, but once you've actually gone into a certain area, you have a certain amount of protection so that some other group can't come in and basically take your customers from you and go over top your service territory. To expand the gas service is very expensive to run lines, and to do so, we would again, it would hit the cost threshold where any type of expansion on that, we would first have to come back to the city commission and get a budgetary line item approved for it or a project approval, followed by the PSC approval from a territorial standpoint. But you can see a lot of our gas system does extend beyond the gray area, which is the city of Gainesville boundary line. So next slide, Rick. Thank you, sir. On the introduction, I made reference to the reclaimed water service area. That's shown in purple. At this point, we probably will not be expanding that service area for a number of reasons. One of them is that with changes in views on how our reclaimed water could be used, it's probably better used going forward to recharge the Florida aquifers. And some of our permits actually require us to do that going forward. So to use it any more for irrigation than we already are, probably not going to occur. Rick, would you like to add any other color to that, if you would?
No, I think you characterized it pretty well. I mean, using reclaimed water for irrigation in place of folks using potable water is a beneficial use of reclaimed water, as you described. But as you indicated, the direction we've kind of headed towards, and recently we came to you with this recharge wetland project that we are working on right now. We find that to be more cost effective and a very good direct way of using the reclaimed water to recharge the aquifer. So our intent is we will continue to serve these customers in this area because it is a beneficial reuse, but our future plans really are to move more towards doing the recharge wetland instead of continuing to significantly expand the reclaim irrigation area. We do have some areas where we already have piping in place, and we're going to sort of build out those areas, but probably not doing lots of major expansions beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Mr. Brown, if you please pause for a question. Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, Mr. Hutton, the small area, can you tell me roughly where is that located?
Okay, so the smaller area I believe you're talking about that's in town to the east here. Mm-hmm. So this is the area that is served by the Main Street Water Reclamation Facility. And as you know, there's the Main Street plant, which is located, I don't know if, can you actually see my pointer? I don't know if you can see that.
No.
No, okay, well, I'm sorry. So the Main Street service area is the smaller area that's to the east, that's within the gray area. Incidentally, the gray area is our city limits, the dark gray area. That plant, most of the water from Main Street, really is going to continue to flow to Sweetwater Branch and ultimately to our Sweetwater Wetlands project. So that's our primary beneficial use from the Main Street plants. We do serve reclaimed water. There's some use of the reclaimed water for irrigation in the Innovation District. It's also used for cooling at our combined heat and power plant at the Shands UF Healthcare facility. So our intent, one of the things with reclaimed water piping system expansions is it's pretty expensive. So we try to do it on a very targeted basis, trying to only put it in where where there would otherwise be a significant use of groundwater or potable water, and we can replace that with the reclaimed water. And so, we have that sort of limited area, I guess, as I said, primarily serving the combined heat and power plant, also intending to serve the chilled water plant in the Innovation District area and doing some irrigation in that sort of area. But we don't anticipate expanding that area a lot.
Okay, so there's no other reclaimed water service area other than what we're seeing here within the city?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, Rick, if you move on to the next slide, much appreciated.
Certainly.
Okay, the next slide is for our water service area. And what you're seeing here really isn't a defined boundary. It's really what it represents is the extent that our services extend to the areas that we could provide water to. In other words, there's pipes there, but it's not a legal boundary. It's just an area drawn around the services that we actually provide. And this is probably one of the areas, and you'll see in our recommendation, where it probably would make sense for us to come back and ask for the commission's approval before we actually made an expansion, because as things exist today, it is potentially possible for expansion to occur without the issue coming back to the city commission. And I think an example with that would be is if a developer outside of our current territory were to come in and go to the county and get a permission for a development, they would then provide all the infrastructure, including serving all their homes or whatever they're building, plus the connection back into our system. All that capital would be provided by the developer. So it wouldn't come from the city, it would come from the developer. And that infrastructure would then subsequently be turned over to the utility to maintain going forward. But that type of event potentially could happen without ever coming back to the city commission. It would be attached to our system. So next slide, Rick. I think it's just the same system, a little bit bigger. You see there's quite a bit of area that's actually served outside of the city. Again, the gray area is the city of Gainesville.
If you please pause for a question, Commissioner Santos.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that Cross Creek service in Cross Creek, I guess, is on there as well. What do we service there? I didn't know we provided water service down there.
So that is a small sort of package system that serves, I'm not sure how many residences there are, but it's sort of a limited number of mostly mobile homes. That's a system that we inherited a number of years back. Gosh, some of the history is kind of escaping me, but I think we kind of inherited it from way back in the days when there used to be a regional utility board, and you know, anyway, GRU kind of took over that service a long time ago.
Right.
So it's very limited.
So I guess we do have obligations to keep it up and do all of that.
Well, that is an area that our intent is to ultimately sell that if there's a buyer that could buy that system. Because it is kind of, as you can see, it's kind of remote from our system, so it requires us to travel down there. We think it would be better if we can sell that system ultimately.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You post it on like Facebook or something. Is it a water treatment? I mean, is it just like well and distribution, or is there a treatment facility there as well?
There's a treatment facility. I'm not intimately familiar with it. It's not as certainly not as extensive as like we would have at Murphy, so it doesn't have the lime softening. But certainly we would, all the applicable, health department rules, we follow that would include, treatment, disinfection. But it's, those types of systems generally are going to be fairly limited type treatment.
I'm thinking field trip. I just want to check it out. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Very good. Okay, and then the next slide is the wastewater service territory. Pretty much the same comments would apply to this as would apply to the water, where the potential for a developer to connect to the system through a development process exists. And you'll see, I think there's the next slide, the composite. Rick, is that where you inserted it with?
I believe so, and I can skip to, if you want to show the urban cluster line, I can do that. And
yeah, why don't you do that? Because I think
okay.
that.
Okay, that's a blow up of the wastewater area. This is, sorry for the change in colors, because we, as Tom had indicated, we added this slide at the recommendation of the UAB, which I think is a very good recommendation. But this shows in this case, the water service area is in blue, the blue line, and the wastewater service area is the green line. And the again, the gray is city limits of Gainesville, and then that pink color, that is the urban cluster area. So that area is the area that's outside the city limits of Gainesville, but is within the county's urban cluster line.
To move that cluster line, we would have to go back and request that from the county commission to make that happen. Not 100% of our customers are inside of Rick, right? There's a couple customers that have actually extended across the cluster line without actually bringing them in on this, moving the cluster line. We serve them without that happening, correct?
Yes, and I guess a couple things I'd like to explain on the figure, because there is one thing that may look a little odd to folks is when you look at there are water service area and wastewater service area lines, you can see they kind of go outside of the urban cluster in several areas, particularly on the western side. And so the reason for that is that, so as we said, those water service area and wastewater service area, it's not a political or legal boundary. That's a line that we basically, if you look at a map of all of our water lines, and then you say, all right, I'm going to draw a line a quarter mile away from the edge of our water service lines where our existing customers are, that's that blue line. So in other words, the line is actually a quarter mile from the nearest water customer. So in a lot of cases where actually, let me see if I can get my pointer to work. Laser pointer. Okay, I think, can you see my pointer?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what you might look at and go, hey, how come the service area extends beyond the urban cluster line here? And for the most part, what that is we have customers that are within the urban cluster line, but since we drew the service area line a quarter mile out from that, it looks like, it's extending beyond the cluster line. But the reality is, with very few exceptions, the customers we serve are within the urban cluster line. Now, there are a few cases, and it is only allowable if someone gets county commission approval. There are a few places where approval has been granted, and we've extended water and or wastewater outside the urban cluster line. That has been very limited, though. I think one example was a subdivision that was an existing subdivision just outside the urban cluster line that the residents were having a lot of problems with their wells and their water quality wasn't very good. So they petitioned the county commission, went to county commission and said, hey, can we please, have GRU extend water to our neighborhood? And they granted that permission, and they paid, and we extended water lines to their neighborhood. And in a few cases, there's sometimes it'll be a church or some other, nonprofit type situation. I don't believe there has been, since the urban cluster line has been established, to my knowledge, and certainly not within my tenure here over the last 20 years, never seen the county approve a developer coming in with a subdivision and saying, hey, I want to build a subdivision that's outside the urban cluster. Can I get permission to extend? They have not done that to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. If you could just please pause for a question or two from, start with Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. My question is perhaps pretty simple to answer. In the event of city annexations, do those permissions and requirements absolve or dissolve? I mean,
well, I guess I would think they would. So I'm kind of looking at, well, where might we annex, and would we annex areas outside the urban cluster? I would think in most cases the areas we would annex would probably be within that urban cluster, but I guess it might be a good legal question. If we annexed an area outside the urban cluster, would the urban cluster line still apply? I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer that question.
That's okay. It was more curiosity than anything. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In that same line of thinking, if I'm a developer and I want to build 50 homes, let's say, in the urban cluster, somewhere that's well within the boundaries of all GRU services, and and I come to GRU and say, I understand that I need to pay for the infrastructure up to a certain point, are we obligated to provide that connection, or can we bargain on it?
Well, I believe since, I mean, we are, I guess we haven't really come to a point where we would say we don't want to serve a subdivision. Since we're a regional utility, I think the implication of that is where we're intended to serve the region. Certainly, you know, one of the things that if somebody's going to connect to our system, we would not allow them to do something that would be detrimental to our system or would somehow endanger or prevent us from being able to provide, you know, the appropriate level of service to our existing customers. So I think we've had a situation where a developer wanted to come in, they've been approved, they're within the urban cluster that, you know, we would say, well, we just don't want to serve you.
Right. So really my question is, could we develop a policy where we said we will connect inside the urban cluster where we offer services, but you have to agree, particularly if you're a developer, a sole owner of a chunk of property, that when the city limits are contiguous with your property, you pre-agree to voluntary annexation. Now, I believe we made a mistake many years ago in not doing that, and other communities did that. Tallahassee, for instance, said, we're happy to grow the utility and bring the utility to you, but you got to agree to come into the city. We can't leapfrog, obviously, but is it possible, and it is a much bigger question, but is it possible for us to get those pre-agreements to, when the city limits come up to you, if you want the connection, you pre-agree to come into the city?
I would have to defer to the city attorney on that one.
Agreed. I mean, I think it's a conversation we should have.
Okay.
And I know that's beyond, you know, the technical, is it possible to connect issue, and I appreciate you. I didn't mean to put you in a spot there, Rick, but
oh, that's okay.
Yeah. But it is something that I would like to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Ward, the other issue that we sometimes get into, especially with developers, is trying to decide how much development is actually going to occur in a given area. Because in your example, where there's 50 customers, for example, you might run a 2-inch water line, and all of a sudden, if there's another 150 or 200 homes go out in the area, you're going, oh my gosh, I should have run a 4-inch or a 6-inch line out there. So when you have everything torn up and you put those things in there and the developer's paying for their portion of it, it's like, what do you really ask them to do? You know, how much bigger, how much extra capacity you put in the lines to make it allowable for expansion in those areas? Because typically the developer wouldn't be responsible for those kind of costs. So, or at least it's a negotiation at best.
All right, thank you both. We have another question from Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Commissioner Ward's point, I asked that same question a few years ago to the manager and the city attorney. I did get an answer. I think, I don't know about the negotiation part of pre-annexing. I do know there are some state statutes, I believe, that if we have service, we have to provide that service unless it would be detrimental to our system. I think there is some state law around that, because to be honest, it was back when we were having a lot of the growth management disputes with the county, and it was maybe one of the tools that we could use. But I would like for us to look into the annexation portion of if that's legally allowed to do a pre-annex. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Hayes Santos, you're absolutely right. I remember this conversation as well a couple of years back, and I don't think we ever gotten anything follow up from that. But I'm interested in looking more into it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, do you have a short answer for us on the question? Basically requiring annexation to have service extended to a new development?
No, I would want our office to update and do the research at this point in time and get back with you if that's something you're interested in.
Oh, come on. No, I'm just, we of course, I think knew that would be your answer, but thought I'd ask anyway. I don't know what you stay up late at night reading, and it could have just been that last night, so I thought I'd take a chance. Thank you. Well, I'm sure we'll get to a motion here at some point, and we'll go ahead and include that when we do that. Okay, Mr. Brown, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rick, you want to move on to the next slide?
Okay.
So we have a little bit of a summary slides here. Basically, again, there's some differences between the utilities, which I think really would affect the need or desire and type of policy that you may want to implement. With the electric, there's established electric territories. There's really no territory that hasn't been claimed by somebody else, another group. Modification of those electric territories requires the agreement with the neighboring utility and approval of the PSC. And of course, they're very capital intensive, and that capital would require us to come back to the City Commission for approval prior to doing anything there. So by de facto, you basically are getting that right to approve any kind of expansion with that. And gas is very similar to that. The significant expansions of the gas system would currently require City Commission approval due to the level of investment, as well as it would require PSC approval to make sure we weren't encroaching on somebody else's existing gas lines. Rick, move on. Water and wastewater extensions. Extension of water and wastewater beyond the current service boundary does not require, at this point in time, approval from the City Commission since it's outside the city limits. Alachua County Code includes an urban cluster line. Extension of the water wastewater facilities beyond the urban cluster line requires approval of Alachua County Board of County Commissioners. Staff is basically recommending adding a requirement for City Commission approval when extending water wastewater facilities. Next slide. It really comes down to staff's recommendation, and the recommendation is the City Commission directs staff to establish a process that requires any extension of water wastewater services beyond the Alachua County urban cluster line to receive approval from the City Commission prior to receiving a utility construction permit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Appreciate your presentation. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks staff for working on this. Commissioner Ward hit around the head. I think this is one of the biggest mistakes we made as a city, was to expand our utility service beyond our city limits without having control on it. I think it was back in the 60s when that occurred, maybe a little bit later. While we can't put the cat in the bag, we can create a new line of control. And I do believe that we should adopt maps, and there should be an ordinance. We have to adopt new maps if we want to expand there. It shouldn't be an easy decision, because utility service is one of the things you need to create new development. And if we're going to be, it's one of the controls I think we can have on our area. I do think the urban cluster line is a good line. It's or even the growth management area that was adopted in the county charter probably is a good area for the water and wastewater. But I do believe that we should also have maps for electric and gas. While they do gas would take a large budgetary decision. Budgetary decisions sometimes are in the budget, and it's not really, I think, the time to be making those discussions of expansion when we're in the middle of a budget. I think we should create some maps that are set for both electric and gas in the same vein as water and wastewater. I think there'll be different sizes, but I think that should be a commission decision to expand beyond our normal operating areas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that the GRU and the City Attorney's Office work on creating maps that we will approve for water, wastewater, electric, and gas. And then it would be an ordinance change to adopt new maps to allow expansion beyond those map areas. And then we also ask for the city attorney to look into, are we able to negotiate for expanding water, wastewater, gas service. Could we do pre-annexations?
Okay, a motion and a second. A motion was made by Commissioner Santos. A second was by Commissioner Ward to ask for two things. One is a series of maps that would define the service territory for different utilities, and the second is a legal analysis on requiring annexation before extending service to new customers. Commissioner A. Santos?
And to clarify on the first part, it would be bringing back an ordinance as well with those maps that we would
Correct.
adopt those. Yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, anybody in the chambers wish to speak to the motion? Yeah. Okay, Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, nobody's on the lines at this time. Floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we will then move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you both for the presentation. Madam Clerk, next item.
The next item, business discussion item 4, file 200807, City of Gainesville Housing Action Plan, with the recommendation that the commission hear and receive a presentation and provide feedback.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Hutton, you can unshare your screen if you don't mind, and I will turn it over to Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commission. I'm going to actually hand it to Ms. Bowie, who is going to walk us through this process.
Very good. Ms. Bowie, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I was ready to go. We're excited to be here. It's been a long journey, as you all remember. It seems like forever and ago, back in 2018, when we first started talking about the Housing Action Plan, and a lot has happened since 2018. So I just want to do a little bit of setup before turning it over for the actual presentation. You're going to hear two different things today, two different parts. They're both very important. Obviously, we started the conversation in 2018, and then the pandemic hit. And for that, that meant that our team, our housing community development team, really had to rethink how were we going to start the conversation with the community and engage them around this topic of affordable housing. And so the first part of the presentation, you will hear how we did that through our housing specialist, Ms. Bemetta Lewis, who will walk you through what the housing community development team did to get us to this point, so that you know that we really did engage with the community and get considerable feedback. And then she will have the honor of introducing members of the Florida Housing Coalition, who will share with you the Housing Action Plan. And with that, I will turn things over to Ms. Bemetta Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bowie. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Bemetta Lewis, and I serve as the city's Housing Program Coordinator. As a member of the Housing and Community Development Division team, I am pleased to present a summary of the information on the finalized draft of the City of Gainesville Housing Action Plan. I will then be followed by staff members of the Housing Coalition, our consultant, for preparation of the Housing Action Plan. Let me begin by sharing the following data. Next slide, please. According to, right there, thank you. According to the Gainesville Housing Authority, more than 4,127 people have applied and are awaiting lists for housing assistance. What does this mean? Simply stated, city needs and requires more housing, which is affordable and available. Next slide, please. The housing plan is a robust list of strategies that the city can use to offer housing that is affordable for our neighbors. This encompasses the vision for the city where both homeowner and renter households deserve safe housing of their choice that they can afford. Housing strategies need to address affordability for both tenures. Addressing this need will include a variety of strategies to ensure all neighborhoods have affordable home ownership and rental opportunities. The Housing Action Plan recommends high-impact strategies to explain housing affordability in Gainesville through a combination of incentives, policy changes, and funding sources. Expanded questions of the housing vision, the future of housing, community engagement, involvement, and specifies on the strategies and recommendations for the city will be addressed during the presentation by the Florida Housing Coalition. Next slide, please. The finalized draft of the City of Gainesville Housing Action Plan, as prepared by the Florida Housing Coalition, consists of 3 strategies containing a total of 13 sub-strategies or recommendations. Each of these strategies, as well as the recommendations, align with the stated housing goals for our community. Much of the information which confirms all data is listed here and was obtained from reliable and respected state of Florida and federal sources. Next slide, please. When we consider the income levels of those individuals and families, our neighbors, who would be best served by affordable housing, we reference the established federal guidelines provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. While it is true that our city's median family income is $69,800, we can also see that based on family size and income, median income, which supports all family needs, including housing, may never realize
Yeah, I mean, we ought to put
the majority of our extremely low.
Ms. Lewis, if you just pause for a sec. Mr. Bolarski, you are not muted and we can hear your conversation. All right, Ms. Lewis, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Median income, which supports all family needs, including housing, may never be realized by majority or our extremely low, very low, and low income neighbors. Additionally, if we consider the overall income and housing data from 2015 to 2019, we are reminded that the sense of urgency to begin affordable housing efforts must be front and center to resolve many of our community needs. The information displayed and outlines 2015 and 2019 data to confirm that the City of Gainesville median household income was $37,264. Persons in poverty was 30.6%, and the owner-occupied housing unit rate was 38.9%. Next slide, please. The reality is that over 4,000 people need housing, and we have initiated a plan to begin to address these needs and assist in formulating the permanent affordability of housing stock in our area. Next slide, please. City leadership's commitment to community engagement has been very important in the establishment of the Housing Action Plan. In the face of COVID-19 pandemic, we found successful and unique ways to communicate with our neighbors, community and business partners, and stakeholders to continue the discussion on affordable housing. Zoom platforms, a telephone town hall, social media, emails, snail mail, and good old-fashioned phone calls have allowed us to foster the continuation of information and data exchange. The following 10 neighborhood association meetings were held: Fifth Avenue, Spring Hill, Gainesville Housing Authority, Greater Love and Faith Ministries, Cedar Grove, Front Porch, Florida, Greater Duval, Grove Street, and University Park Neighborhood Association, Incorporated. Additionally, meetings were held with the local NAACP, GPD, Christian Pastors Associations, and local lenders. A community-wide forum was held at the Thomas Center in February of last year to include all persons interested in discussing affordable housing in the City of Gainesville. 1 in-person, 2 virtual meetings were held with our local community partners, such as Salvation Army, United Way of North Central Florida, Elder Care, Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation, Alachua Habitat for Humanity, Central Florida Community Action Agency, and St. Francis House, just to name a few. Two presentations were provided to the City of Gainesville Affordable Housing Advisory Committee in December of last year, and also recently as last month, to review the finalized draft of the plan and receive committee input and feedback. We engaged our community via live discussions on the Gainesville-Alachua Associated Realtors from August 2020, and just completed the second live format discussion earlier this month. In August, a meeting, a total of 2,726 persons were reached. And this month, 1,105 persons were reached. The city hosted a telephone town hall meeting in November 2020, where 1,505 persons attended via Facebook, with 505 of those being active attendees. It was exciting to note that the attendance at this meeting remained consistent throughout the entire program. Neighbors responded to online survey questions and also submitted email inquiries for answers to questions, and also provided feedback. Our most recent virtual community engagement meeting was held on February the 12th with the Community Coalition for Older Adults. Our community engagement process is ongoing because we know that it is vital to the overall success of this and other programs. We will continue this dialogues to provide awareness and information for all efforts. Next slide, please. At this time, I would like to present Mr. Blaze Denton, Mr. Cody Glazier, Mr. Sean Nesbitt of Florida Housing Coalition, who will make their presentation on the City of Gainesville Housing Action Plan. Once their presentation concludes and questions have been addressed, I will return to offer our recommendation for your consideration. Thank you. May I ask the clerk to pull up the Florida Housing Coalition presentation?
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
And good afternoon. My name is Sean Nesbitt. I'm the Chief Programs Officer for Florida Housing Coalition. It looks like our presentation is on the screen. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Just want to take a minute to introduce the team. Cody Glazer, who's our legal director, and Blaze Denton, our research manager. Blaze has been with this project since the very beginning, along with Carter Burton, who is not pictured here, but started the process back in 2018 and even before, working with the city on consolidated planning, which led to the development of this housing action plan. And so just wanted to introduce the team, and I believe that Blaze, you're going to start off the presentation.
Yep, thanks, Ashan. So if you could turn to the next slide here. Yeah, so today's presentation, kind of doing a broad overview, and hopefully we'll have some time for comments and questions at the end. We'll look at the history and original purpose of the plan, some common terms, then some key data points. We'll talk over the obstacles to affordability in Gainesville, the strategies we suggested to address affordability, and then recommendation for the use of the plan. So if you could turn over, next slide here. So here's the overview of the plan. So like Ashan was saying, Carter worked with the consolidated planning team at HCD previously, but the sort of beginning of the plan here, right, is the first housing forum in July 2018. That was a catalyst, not actually funded through this contract, but sort of instigated the plan. And it, here, I'm gonna, there. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Sorry, having some technical difficulties. There we go. So the plan started July 2018. We had a housing forum with the commission. This went really well. We had over 100 participants discussing affordability in the city. So then the plan sort of kicked off in December 2018. We took a break, and then July through August 2019, we had individual meetings with each of the commissioners to discuss sort of their vision for the plan, get sort of some ideas of what they were interested in. In November 2019, we started housing forums and a housing survey. We had about 200 responses to the survey, and I don't know exactly how many people came to forums, about 100. January through March 2020, the city led community outreach, like Fometa was talking about. We got the first draft of the Housing Action Plan in March 2020. In April through June 2020, there was a pause for COVID. I think a lot of people paused for COVID. In October 2020, we had the final draft submission. And in November 2020, just a couple months ago, we had a telephone town hall, and we had a discussion with the AHAC committee. So, yep, next I'll go over some kind of common terms. We're going to use these terms, and so it's helpful to know what they mean. By affordable, we mean housing that costs below 30% of a family's gross income. Right, so if you make $30,000, you should be paying less than $10,000 a year towards housing. Extremely low income means below 30% of area median income. Very low income means below 50%. Low income means below 80%. Moderate income means below 120%. And then we use this term workforce, and that generally describes people making between 100 and 140% AMI. So a little bit like in the moderate income category. Some other common terms: preservation is financial reinvestment to improve the physical condition and extend the affordability for existing structures. Naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAH, NOAH, is not subsidized housing, but because of condition, location, age of structure, size, it's affordable to a low income or moderate income household without any subsidy. Missing middle is sort of related to NOAH, and it's medium density stock housing options between the scales of single family and high rise, where Gainesville has plenty of that, right? Between student housing, between a single family home on a third of an acre, there's this housing that's missing middle that many cities lack or only have in historic neighborhoods. Like in Gainesville, we have Duck Pond, you know, but that provides sort of a level of density, walkability, and affordability that can really save people a lot of money. So quickly going over some maps, some key data points. So cost burden, again, that's 30%, people paying more than 30% of their income towards housing. For owners, concentrated in East Gainesville and then sort of south of the campus, southwest of the campus. The renter cost burden it's much higher. So you see the high areas here are like 39 to 73, whereas it goes up to over 80% in some of these red areas. That is, almost everyone is paying more than 30% of their income towards housing. Yeah, for renters, that's particularly in Upper East Gainesville, and then obviously around the campus, that's a bit different because that's probably mostly students. Next slide here. Yeah, so again, students make some of these numbers a little, have to take them with a grain of salt. But the median income, household income in 2018, using the 5-year ACS estimates, was $36,389. But that hit a huge disparity where the median owner household is making over $64,000, where the median renter household is making under $24,000. Again, obviously those are a lot of students, but if we look back, those cost burden renter households are often not, like they are clustered around the campus, but also in Upper East Gainesville. So this is a lot of long-term residents as well. Next slide. Yeah, so here's some maps on race, and you live in Gainesville, you probably know this, right? But West Gainesville has a lot of white households, and East Gainesville has a lot of Black or African-American households. And it's not perfectly stark. There's areas of interplay, but I mean, some of these areas in East Gainesville have 5% white people, white households. Some of the areas in West Gainesville have 1%, 2% African American households. So the divide is fairly stark. Next. So remember we were talking about like that renter and, you know, where is the students, where is the long-term residents? So we look here, income by race is pretty stark difference. The white median income by race is $41,000 a year, where the median income for African American households is $25,684. American Indians 27, Asians 31, so somewhere in the middle there. Just the rest of this chart, those are kind of the main groups, but some other race 32, two or more races 29, Hispanic or Latino 31, and white alone excluding Hispanic or Latino 42, so a bit higher. Next slide. And then I think this is where I was planning to hand it over to Sean. Is that correct, Sean?
Sure, I'll take over. So just really quickly, Blaze really covered the data pretty well, but the key challenges to affordability over the last couple of years in talking with staff is in looking at, you know, land use planning that currently prioritizes single family homes. So the predominant land use is single family zoning, and that's true of most communities throughout this state. The limited greenfield sites, you know, a lot of the development now is redevelopment of existing property that's been developed. So redevelopment, you know, has within it its inherent costs. Limited financial resources, the need far out paces what's currently available in financial resources, and also the need for long-term assurances and equity. So, you know, taking those finite sources and putting them towards housing and making sure that what's developed remains affordable long-term or even permanently. Next slide. So when we look at what creates affordability, looks at three issues here: increasing zoning flexibility, diversifying sources of financing, and equity by promoting permanent affordability. And so those are kind of the three main strategies. Underneath, there will be several recommendations. And we just want to say that with each one of these recommendations, there's some suggested timelines as to implementing them. And these are pretty conservative based upon staged implementation. And I just want to say here, just want to pause, it's been a pleasure working with Jackie Richardson, Helen Harris, and Femetta Lewis, Andrew Persons, all the members of the team. They've really taken these recommendations forward over the last couple of years and started to implement them. So as we talk about them, you'll also hear what's been taken, actions that have been taken to date, and recommendations for moving forward. So next slide. And so here, would like Cody Glazer to take over and talk about diversifying funding sources.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Cody Glazer. I'm the legal director of the coalition. I'm going to be sharing a few of the recommendations in the report as it relates to funding sources for affordable housing and other resources such as land. Next slide. So a top strategy that's contained in the report, and this was made in conjunction with the housing staff, is to continue to expand upon your inventory of underutilized land and surplus land that is appropriate for affordable housing. And so Gainesville does have a good past record with this strategy, but it can continue to target land that it owns and use it for affordable housing purposes. In addition to using its own land, the city can also help the private sector facilitate redevelopment on their own underutilized properties. And so the report touches on the first place to start, which is our state surplus land statute. And so by law, every 3 years, every local government has to make an inventory of lands that are suitable for affordable housing that it owns. And so the city can go above and beyond this statute and can update this surplus land list quarterly or annually instead of every 3 years. It can also improve upon it by placing more land on the affordable housing inventory. And then the city can not only use its surplus land to build new housing, but it can also sell land and then use the proceeds for an affordable housing trust fund. And I'm aware that the city is undergoing a land donation pilot program that has implemented the strategy. And it's our understanding as well that city staff will be presenting this inventory of lands at the March 4th commission meeting. There's another avenue to explore that's a part of the report is using school board property, sort of an under the radar portion of the Florida statutes, is that school boards can use their surplus land for affordable housing for teachers and other school personnel. And so the report talks about ways in which the city could create a partnership with a school board to find available land for affordable housing, and that partnership could be fruitful. The report also discusses other ways to partner with entities that may have land that the city could use for affordable housing. This includes reaching out to church organizations, religious institutions, organizations that may have land, and then help those institutions build affordable housing on top of it. And then finally, as we'll discuss later and also in the report, is that the city could use its land use and zoning authority to encourage and facilitate affordable housing development on industrial or commercial properties. Because under new state law that was passed last year, local governments are allowed to permit affordable housing developments on any parcel that is zoned for residential, for commercial, or for industrial without needing to go through a comprehensive plan amendment or a rezoning. And so this state-led statute that was amended last session on House Bill 1339 could go a long way into encouraging the redevelopment of underutilized parcels. And in the report, we also have timelines. So for example, for years 1 through 3, we discussed the idea of developing a plan, making a solid approach to identifying surplus properties, finding a management, making a database and managing the database, then ultimately launching the database and using those lands for affordable housing. The next strategy that's in the report deals with employer partnerships. And so here we discuss a depth in the report of different ways in which the city could explore partnering with large employers, such as the universities and the school board, to support workforce housing. And so the report contains some examples of employer-assisted housing programs across the country. But essentially, the purpose of this strategy is to find ways to secure buy-in from major city employers that could buy into the city's housing goals, because employers across the city, across the state, all understand the importance of affordable housing in attracting and retaining the workforce. And so there could be some avenues by which the city could, host a workshop with these employers and find avenues where employers can get buy-in, can buy into the city's housing goals. And so the timelines in the report is to first have that survey or workshop with large employers to see how they could buy in with funds or with land or different avenues to help the city. Then ultimately, once you have the interest, once you meet with those employers, to work on program design and implementation. So a couple more things about funding. One of the areas in the report touches on continued advocacy for the SHIP program. This year, if the Sadowski Trust Funds were fully funded, the City of Gainesville would receive about $1.9 million in state housing funds for their local housing strategies. And so, as always, we encourage the city to continue to advocate for full funding of SHIP, utilizing your lobbyists, utilizing the Florida League of Cities, and your local House and Florida Senate representatives to ensure that the SHIP funds are fully appropriated for this legislative session. The report also touches on devoting general revenue to affordable housing. One thing that we've noticed over the past decade or so is that because the legislature has had a history of sweeping local housing dollars for other purposes, more and more local governments are starting to use their general revenue for affordable housing purposes. We understand the city already uses the Connect Free program to do this. We also have a past of using general revenue for homelessness and program administration. And so the report basically recommends that the city determine the capacity for, let's say, a seating of saying like $1 million a year, for example, for affordable housing. Next step would be determine how much of general revenue the city could put towards these goals, what city could use the funds for, and overall just how to use GR to supplement state and federal dollars. And the final strategy that I'll share and the report touches on as well is the idea of implementing a linkage fee. A linkage fee is a tool that is used by local governments throughout the country, some in the state of Florida, where a fee is collected on new commercial development, and then that fee will be put into an affordable housing trust fund. The fee would require a nexus study that would require a consultant where they can project, how much in money that the linkage fee would produce, looking at what sort of new development would kick off the linkage fee. And so a linkage fee can be a great way to tie in that new commercial development to the housing needs that are generated by those new developments. And linkage fee can be an option to use for supplementing your local housing dollars.
And that's back to me. Thanks, Cody. So I'm going to talk about increasing zoning flexibility to improve housing affordability. So we got, right, so here's a somewhat complicated chart, but you've got, right, affordable housing that's subsidized down the bottom left. You have market rate housing up here at the top, right? And then there's a gap. There's housing that is attainable, or that would be attainable for people that could be market rate housing, but that just isn't there. So there's different government policies that we can do short of a straight subsidy to make it so that there's market rate housing that's affordable. So some of these are listed on the chart, right? Diverse housing types, efficient interiors, energy efficiency, and regulations that reduce the cost of developing housing. So top strategy here is incentivizing and financially assisting the development of ADUs. So over the course of, right, this is a 2.5-year project. Over the course of the plan, the city adopted a provision for ADUs into their zoning code that allowed ADUs across the city. That's awesome. That's a great first step. We also recommend that the city should then do outreach, right, to encourage the development of ADUs and potentially provide financial assistance to homeowners and tenants to increase the supply of ADUs and require assurances for long-term affordability. So actions to date, updating, the regulations are already updated. For the rest of the work, over the next 2 years, we recommend developing programs to include pre-approved plans, sources of financial assistance, and other guidance, and then do outreach once we have those plans, that financial assistance through the rest of the 5-year period. Another strategy would be allowing different housing types and sizes by rights. By making changes by right instead of requiring planned development, the city can make developments much easier and much cheaper, which is going to lower the overall cost of housing and increase housing supply more quickly. We recommend allowing missing middle housing types such as duplexes, triplexes, and townhomes across the city, reducing minimum lot sizes and increasing maximum lot coverage. That's, making it so you can build on a smaller lot and build a house that's to the edges of a lot. Due to their smaller size, better land usage, missing middle housing types can be naturally occurring types of affordable housing. This project is somewhat, like some of the studies and stuff of this have already been done here. So we recommend a shorter timeline than some of the other strategies. In year one, identifying zoning districts to invoke provisions of HB 1339, right, which would allow affordable housing development in more broadly across the city, conducting public engagement in year 2, and then bringing in the changes in year 3, 4, and 5. Reducing fees and providing regulatory incentives for affordable housing. This is sort of self-explanatory. In general, some zoning and land use regulations may unnecessarily increase the cost of development, and the city can provide zoning incentives or reduce fees in exchange for affordable housing. Next step would be examination of the calculation of fees and charges. That'll be completed as part of the inclusionary zoning study that's on the docket later in the agenda if it goes forward. Finally, the expedited review process. The City of Gainesville already does some of this, but expediting development review for affordable developments is required. It's a required incentive strategy for SHIP. The process needs clarity. It needs to be easy for developers to come in and say, I'm an affordable developer, or I'm a market rate developer, but I would like my process expedited, and I'd be willing to build some affordability into my development for that expedited process. Providing certainty and timeline and requirements is in accordance with state law and just makes housing a lot more affordable. Making sure that process is published on the website and easy to understand. Finally, it would be helpful to have a designated staff member to coordinate the reviews process so that developers have somebody to deal with. And I'll hand it over to Ashani.
So the last section, certainly not least, looking at issues of equity and using permanent affordability as a tool to increase equity. And this deals with the long-term assurances that really ties it all together. You made the land use changes, you brought the finances to bear, and you want to make sure that what's produced stays affordable in perpetuity. So next slide. So a top strategy, again, in consultation with staff, supporting a community land trust. And this is something that's already in motion. But for those that aren't familiar with the community land trust, it is a strategy for permanent affordability that takes land out of the speculative market through use of a 99-year ground lease. So what happens is there's a 501c3, a community-based organization that owns land and that housing is built on top of. The 501c3 maintains ownership of the land, but conveys the use of that land through a 99-year ground lease, which is the functional equivalent of ownership, which then opens up the door for that housing to be financed. In exchange for the public resources that go into purchasing the land, for instance, preparing the land for development, any other purchase assistance that might go into making it affordable. In that ground lease, there are resale restrictions that allow the house to be sold to another income eligible household at an affordable price. And it does that for each subsequent purchaser. That's how it works for home ownership. Works just as well for rental housing development, which we'll discuss I think on the next slide here, but it works just as well with that ground lease, provides for permanent affordability of the rental housing that's built on top. We think this serves as a really effective tool for gentrification, looking at neighborhoods that are in the crosshairs, Porters, Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street. So the housing that's developed in these particular areas, hedging against the anticipated increase in property values there to have permanent affordability in those communities, preserves affordability as well as community identity going forward. It also can serve as a pathway to fee simple home ownership. If done well, a person can move into a CLT home ownership situation and build equity, and then move on to fee simple home ownership when they're ready to move on to that level. So next slide. And so in supporting a community land trust, there are two things that are needed. Of course, there's land, and then there's the subsidy sources, the financing. So with land, we recommend that the city prioritize the community land trust and permanent affordability in general with use of the public land. So anytime even a rental developer comes in to develop land on city-owned property, that it be permanently affordable, or home ownership, where it makes the most sense that you want to preserve affordability. In the Northwest side, for example, where you want to get affordability and keep it there, look at areas where it makes sense to preserve affordability, as well as those areas that are growing in appreciation. And then the subsidy sources. And so what the Florida Housing Coalition has done in partnership with Florida Housing Finance Corporation is developed language that all local governments can use with their ship purchase assistance that they can just add on to that existing strategy. Doesn't require the creation of a new strategy, but allows their existing purchase assistance strategies to work with CLT purchases. And we've also looked at the home program, using the resale option and setting your resale formula to meet the needs or the requirements of the home program as well. And so, all of these tools are available to really make it easy for the city to support CLT with their subsidy sources. The next slide. So staff has attended quite a few trainings with us on CLT over the last couple of years. There's a new nonprofit that was formed recently that's interested in partnering with the city for the CLT. And we know that the city is looking at, potentially going out for a partner pretty soon. So we think this is something that can be implemented very quickly and make progress very, very fast. So within the first year, you can add the language that's already written. It doesn't require the same level of review as other strategies. So you can just add that language in and then go out for an RFP within the next year or so for an organization to serve as the CLT in partnership with the city. And the last recommendation has to do with having an employee that's assigned to do that ongoing review of regulations for both affordability and equity. As mentioned before, there are two incentive strategies that SHIP requires. One is expedited review, and the second is ongoing review of regulations to determine their effect on affordability. And, in the spirit of that, also implementing a review for them for equity issues as well. And we recommend assigning an employee to do this role. I understand that this is kind of spread over several employees, but making one person kind of responsible for this review would make it much more streamlined and maybe more effective to look at this. And it could be the same employee that also oversees the expedited review. Next slide. And that sums up our recommendations. And Famedo, it's just the time for questions. We can take them at your discretion.
Okay, thank you all. We appreciate the presentation. We do have at least one question. I just want to remind the commission and the public that we have a time certain item for 3 o'clock. So if we are still having a discussion about the Affordable Housing Action Plan, we will pause at 3 o'clock and then return to this item after that time certain item has concluded. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me first of all thank the Gainesville Housing, the Florida Housing Coalition, also our wonderful housing department for bringing this forward and working together to get us this information. And I have several questions and some comments I would like to make. The first question, and maybe this would go to the city manager or our staff, how much did it cost for us to get this information?
So I will defer that question to staff because it was done before I got here, but they would have the number.
I believe the budgeted amount for the engagement was $50,000, and Jackie's on the line too as well. But I believe, yeah, because it started before I moved over to housing, so I think the full contract amount was $50,000.
Okay, so we'll just say roughly $50,000. And I guess a representative from the Florida Housing Coalition, can you tell me again what is your recommendation based on your engagement and your activity in the community? What are you recommending again?
I think staff is going to come with the recommendation for the plan.
I just heard one of the presenters say supporting the community land trust, assigning an employee to do the review process. Is that a recommendation from the Housing Coalition? Is that something you all recommend? Per your
Everything. Yes, everything we discussed are our recommendations. I think staff is going to come with an overall recommendation for how moving forward with the plan.
Okay, but I want to know what your recommendation is from the Florida Housing Coalition. What is your recommendation?
Yes, our recommendations include looking at staff resources and potentially assigning an employee that's tasked with ongoing review.
And that's it? That's the only recommendation that you have?
No, so that presentation we just gave was our recommendation. So, create an inventory of underutilized lands appropriate for affordable housing, create an employee partnership program, advocating SHIP, and then the additional strategies of devoting some general revenue, implementing a linkage fees policy, along with improving zoning flexibilities through ADUs, improving zoning flexibility by allowing different types of housing by right, and then reducing the fees and providing regulatory incentives for affordable housing, along with the CLT strategies, which were support community land trust, supporting a CLT through land and subsidy sources, redoing your land policy and your subsidy source policy to promote CLT and long-term affordability. And then, like we were just talking about, assigning an employee to implement a policy review process for housing inequity. Whatever that was, about nine recommendations.
I think as a commission, we already discussed everything that was presented today. I think as a commission, we've already made similar recommendations. So I'm just really trying to figure out, what are we doing here? I feel like we're stuck in the mud, hearing repetitive recommendations on things that we've already discussed and we're actively working towards. So I'm just curious, why are we here?
I think I can partially answer that. One is this started back in 2018. So, it had been in process. But I think the other thing, a lot of the things that we've discussed have been commissioner initiated. A lot of what the Florida Housing Coalition brought came through the community engagement that they talked about at the beginning. So talking with all those different neighborhood organizations, different community organizations like the NAACP or Elder Care, those kind of folks, and taking all that information and bringing it back to the recommendations that they made. So they help facilitate the community outreach and engagement. That's the difference between.
Yeah, for a hefty price. I'm just expecting just a little bit more. Maybe it's just me, but I have an expectation, and I'm not impressed from what I heard today. I'm just not impressed. I'm not moved. I feel like we're stuck in the mud. I feel like we've had this discussion for over the past 2 years now. We have actively been working towards the similar recommendations that I've heard today, and I'm not impressed. And so, with that being said, thank you again for the presentation. It was great to hear, I guess, but we've been talking about this for the past 2 years. We've been implementing this, staff has been working towards this, and I'm just not impressed, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the housing staff and also the Florida Housing Coalition, who is one of the top leaders in the state for affordable housing policy. I think Commissioner Simmons, we are working on these things, and I think that's a good thing. I think what this does is took community feedback, also looked at what are the best policies for affordable housing and what cities can actually do and accomplish. And I think it reaffirms that we are headed in the right direction and we are working on the right things. Because we are. I mean, earlier today we moved forward on drafting an exclusionary zoning policy. We would be past ADU, but I think this reaffirms that what we're doing are the correct steps to address affordable housing in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will concur with what both of you have said. I think what we have here from the Florida Housing Coalition is a confirmation of what best practices are and just a summation of that. But Commissioner Simmons, I share your frustration that a lot of these are things that we've been talking about for years at this point. And some of them we've already moved forward on. Some of them are things that we have in progress. Our housing staff is doing a terrific job of moving these things forward. You know, the Assistant Manager Bowie and Manager Feldman are, I think, pointing us in a good direction. But we've used, you know, so many of these same phrases and concepts up here so often and had so many discussions about it that it often feels like we're not making progress. And some of these we have, again, we've already put into play, and some of them are waiting to be put into play. We're going to receive an inventory of city-owned properties. And by the way, when we receive that next month, I hope that includes, certainly my intent, that it includes City of Gainesville owned properties, by which I mean not just general government, but GRU. I don't know if we were explicit about that before, but that's certainly my intent, that when I say City of Gainesville, I don't just mean general government, I mean City of Gainesville. And then we can hopefully match that up with school board properties and with county-owned properties, you know, potentially state-owned properties that we could look at turning into affordable housing and you know, build a process for that. So I appreciate the report from the Florida Housing Coalition. I too was hoping for some more innovative things, but maybe what that shows us is that the innovation is clear, you know, that there is no secret, that we know the work ahead of us and are doing some of that work. But we're at the stage now where it requires the work and not, that there is no magic solution out there that we can just pass as an ordinance and say, whew, glad that's done. Because it will be just a long slog to catch up decades of not doing the work. I mean, things have happened over the years that have been very positive. You know, the city built Cedar Grove or was involved in building Cedar Grove, and things like that have happened in the past, but there was a big gap. So I'm choosing to look at this as affirmation that we are in many ways headed in the right direction and using best practices, national best practices, to move forward. Not everything they recommend is good, is something that's going to work in our community. And we know that because we hear from our community and we ask and talk to our communities. But yeah, for $50,000, I was kind of hoping for you know, some magic bullets, but they're not here. And I think what that tells us is we have to do the work right here in Gainesville. There's nobody we can, there's no big information out there that's going to tell us something different other than what we already know to be the case. We just have to roll up our sleeves and get it done. So thank you.
Thank you. And so we're going to put the pause button on this item and move to our time certain item. When we return, I will go back and recognize Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Simmons once again, and I've got a few thoughts as well. But Madam Clerk, can you please go ahead and read our time certain item into the record?
Next item is BD5, item 200823, presentation on the grade level reading campaign.
All right, welcome. I think that we have school board member Certain with us, as well as a few other people. I don't know who they conscripted to give the presentation to us. So I will kind of open it up to whoever would like to. And if Ms. Certain, you are there and ready, we'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rakia. I will be giving our presentation today.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just one moment here. Okay, can everyone see and hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me and thank you so much for your time. My name is Rakia Brown. I am the Manager of Educational Partnerships at United Way of North Central Florida. I am joined today by Katie White, who is the lead transformative professional development coach from the Early Learning Coalition of Alachua County. And we are presenting on behalf of our team who participated with us in the Florida Campaign for Grade Level Reading Lectio Institute. During this presentation, we will provide a brief overview of the Campaign for Grade Level Reading. We will share about the Lectio approach to collective strategies. We'll explain how this approach will align our efforts and impact, as well as provide next steps in our campaign strategy. So the Alachua County Campaign for Grade Level Reading is a local campaign that functions as a member of the statewide Florida Grade Level Reading Campaign. The Florida Grade Level Reading Campaign connects 21 counties statewide to a larger national campaign for grade level reading. There are 3 solution areas that have been identified nationally that are proven to impact student grade level reading success. They are attendance, summer learning, and school readiness. The campaign also recognizes health and parents as important to the success of these solution areas. And our local campaign currently has a network of about 38 members representing agencies, providers, advocacy groups, schools, and after-school programs, and is led by the United Way of North Central Florida. So members of our campaign had the opportunity to participate in the Lectio Institute, which is a 4-week intensive program which guides stakeholders through an intensive process focused on improving the quality and results of their early learning and literacy programming and services. This institute combines improvement science to address program design and the science of early learning to prepare communities with the knowledge base to analyze and adjust efforts for measurable impact. As a result of this process, we have formed the following goals that will guide the work of our campaign. We will continue to build our network of literacy initiatives and programs through a survey landscaping process that will gather information on efforts that currently exist within our community. The campaign will serve as a hub for collaborative work and resources sharing in a way that moves us towards measurable impact. We intend to build a campaign that balances efforts effectively with both awareness raising and behavior changing programs. By using the tools presented in the Lectio Institute, we can support programs in aligning their methods and approach to outcomes that they wish and desire to have. Generally, literacy programs can be programmatically structured to have more awareness raising or behavior changing outcomes. We want to assist programs in identifying program structures that match their intended goals while having a balanced community effort towards this impact. To analyze efforts of awareness building or behavior changing programs, we can look at 5 programmatic dimensions that will offer output indicators that can be scaled from A to D. A successful campaign has both strong awareness building and strong behavior changing programs as identified by the type of delivery mechanism or how the program or initiative is being administered, the population profile, how the population need is being identified, evaluation, what type of program indicators are in place to help determine program success, dosage, frequency, time, and intensity, and staff development, which is how the program builds capacities to support effective implementation. The goal is to align a program's dimensions with the intended behavior changing or awareness building initiative or program outcome. And to share more on this analysis process, Katie will now share her experience utilizing these tools during our group time in the Lectio Institute.
Hi, thanks, Rakia. As she mentioned, my name is Katie, and I'm from the Early Learning Coalition of Alachua County, and I had the privilege of going on this Lectio journey with Rakia and a few other colleagues. So I'll dive a little deeper into the aligning efforts and effects of programs. The Lectio Institute provided us with resources and tools that helped us to determine, are programs doing what they say they want to do? And the program design evaluation tool helped us analyze just that. You can see the tool, which is the blue spreadsheet in the corner of your screen, as well as the summary of our findings in the purple text boxes, which I'll share with you. So one of the goals or one of the programs that we analyzed was the program that I'm a part of, which is the Transformative Professional Development Program, or TPD. It's grant funded through the Children's Trust. And one of our goals is to provide on-site coaching to early childhood teachers on strategies that promote children's language and cognitive development. By using this impact analysis tool, we were able to see what was really working, which was the delivery and dosage of the program. We were also able to discover what we could do to enhance the program, which was establishing a better way to collect and evaluate child assessment data to help us measure the impact of TPD and inform ongoing implementation. Then, as a team, we were able to decide our next steps, which was partnering with the Alachua County Public Schools to collect child assessment data and support coaches and teachers use this available data. Therefore, going through this process really helped us lean into what additional efforts needed to be done with the program in order to support the evaluation of its intended effects. And one of the great things about going through this experience is it allows us to support other community programs in reaching their identified intended outcomes. And Rakia will share a little bit more about that with our next steps.
Thanks, Katie. So our immediate next steps for the campaign are to first engage our campaign members in developing a current Community Service Action Plan, or CSAP. This document serves as a membership within the National Campaign for Grade Level Reading, and is a framework offering communities a collaborative process by which they can outline data-driven long-term goals while considering key components such as measures of success and sustainability. In addition, we want to utilize the CSAP to inform collaborative strategies and resource support for programs and initiatives. And lastly, we hope, like in many communities in Florida, that the Campaign for Grade Level Reading can grow to be a hub of resource and support for families and community partners. We're learning from a strong network of support from the Florida Campaign for Grade Level Reading, who offers continued support and direction for the work, even offering ongoing networking for communities who have completed the Lectio Institute like ourselves. And I would like to personally thank the individuals who participated in the Lectio Institute and who continue to provide their support and expertise for the development of this campaign. These members include Kevin Berry and Valerie Friedman from Alachua County Public Schools, Rachel Eubanks and Katie White from the Early Learning Coalition, Dr. Darby Ann Shannon from Anita Zucker Center for Excellence in Early Childhood Studies, Danielle Butler from the Gainesville Housing Authority, and Tina Certain, Children's Trust and School Board member. So I want to thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you so much, both for being with us and for your work on this. You know, I think a question that the city has had and will continue to have is what role do we play? How do we best fit in to this strategy? And I'm just looking at your three pillars here of what has proven effective, and it seems like summer learning would be the best fit for the city, because we do operate summer programs and we do have contact with a significant number of our young people through those programs, and certainly could repurpose some of that time and some of those resources to more intentionally provide the outreach and the interaction that would specifically help achieve these goals. And so have you all had a discussion about that yet? You know, have you spoken with city staff? And you know, is there a strategy being developed, or are we still too early for that?
That's a great question. We are definitely moving in that direction. So right now we are building the foundation of our campaign by modeling and using the support of other communities who have done similar work, who have also built systems within their community, partnering with their city commission or their children's services councils to support this effort and this growth. Right now for our campaign, we are in a landscaping time where we're trying to locate and get data on all the literacy programs that are that exist currently. And then that way we can take those programs, understand what they're doing. We want to take them through an inclusive process of to looking at their programs and helping them to reach those outcomes that they're expecting to reach with their students, seeing which students they're supporting, which communities that they're supporting, and then giving them those resources and tools to help them to really reach those outcomes that they're looking for. And so the answer is yes and yes. So it is a little early, but we are moving in that direction. And so I sort of use our neighboring communities as a model and a support to see how our systems can come together to support the continued growth. But our Lectio team specifically is going to be coming together to really lay out next steps and sort of the process by which how we're going to do that. So we'll be happy to keep you updated, but I know for sure we're definitely going to need that support coming soon.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful. I will not hold you to anything here, but do you have an approximate timeline for this phase of the initiative? The mapping and the sort of discovery phase?
So the landscaping is launching off now. And we're hoping to that goal to be completed by the end of this year in a conjunction with other goals. So they're kind of moving along tandem with each other. So I can't give you an approximate time without talking with my team to see how we want to structure it. But I know for sure this year is when we want to have that done.
Okay, that's helpful to me and to our staff because, if we're really talking about that summer period, we will need some runway to get that ready. And so if you're talking about having that landscaping done by the end of this calendar year, I think that gives our staff enough time to start thinking about how we use the resources we have or bring in additional resources to be able to meet that identified need. So I think that's good for us to know. I was worried that we were going to try to get something going this summer, and that's a very short runway. Our staff is capable of amazing work, but that I think would have been unrealistic. So I just think the city manager and the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Affairs Director and the assistant city managers probably just exhaled a little bit when they heard you say that. Let me turn over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, Rakia, and the United Way and all the other partners. This is another one of those, programs that makes my heart happy. I'm so thrilled that you all are leading this effort in the community. It's clearly needed. And I'm so thankful that you are doing the work to galvanize the community around the effort of making sure all of our children can read by 3rd grade. So thank you. I also want to find out, so it seems that you're at the beginning stages of this effort. Like, would you say months in? Like, where are you?
So the campaign has existed within our community previously, but we're coming to organize it a little bit better. And so last year, January 2019, is when that effort sort of started taking place. Our team started to get developed. We were meeting in person at United Way, then COVID happened and we started meeting virtually. We've held several events so far within our community for the campaign. I would say right now we are working on becoming more forward front facing. And so setting those foundations and now pulling in the community and as a resource and as tools. So we are building our website on our United Way page that will house the landscaping survey. So community organizations, initiatives can go and take that landscaping survey to become members of the campaign. But we're really wanting to set down a solid foundation so we can build upon something solid that can be sustainable over time.
Fantastic. So you said that you had about 38 members right now that you're working with. Can you give me an idea of what kinds of groups, organizations you've been reaching out to and that are part so far?
Yeah, so we have our listserv of individuals who have joined the campaign back in January 2019. And so those include some of our after school programs, like our Girls Place, and we have our Early Learning Coalition who's a part. We have members of the, the UF Lastinger Center that attend our meetings as well. And also some individuals who are just interested in galvanizing. Some of our PTA members attend as well. And so we have a pretty diverse group of individuals who are coming together. Members of our chamber attend as well to be a part of that.
Fantastic. If you're not aware, there is a city county school board meeting coming up on April 14th. And it's right around the corner. It's 2 months away, but I think it's a really great opportunity. We are going to be making some decisions around around things like the school literacy, the third grade literacy, and some other issues, whatever ends up on the agenda. So I would just say that would be, I think, a wonderful opportunity to either update or give suggestions, or ask for resources or partnerships, just figure out how we can all be working together. We're going to all happen to be in one space at one time, which very rarely happens. So I would just like to put that on your radar. And once again, I'm just going to end with a huge bless you all. Thank you for taking this on. I'm really thrilled to see something moving forward in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that invitation. We have a number of members, Kevin Barry and Valerie Freeman, and also Tina Certain, who were a part of the Lectio Institute with us. So we'll be definitely happy to attend in that meeting on the 14th and share where we are and how we can continue to work together. That'd be awesome.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Assistant City Manager Bowie.
Thank you. Hi, Rakia. I was sitting here like a proud parent almost. I worked with Rakia at the United Way, and she is a rock star. So I was with her when she presented Reading Pals in Orlando, and I'm going to embarrass her because I was so proud that she was the most impassioned, just well put together of all of the Reading Pal sites in the state. And I am so thrilled that you are doing this work. I'm not surprised. I wanted to just share with you that we're internally meeting with our Park and Rec staff as we think about programming going forward right now. So please contact me when you get to that point. I know you guys have a lot of framework that you need to build up first before you are ready to start thinking about what that looks like for partnerships in the community, but please contact me.
I will. It's so good to see you, Deborah. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for that offer, Ms. Bowie. That's encouraging to hear. Okay, back to the commission, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to also offer my support, not just to our staff. I really like the direction our staff is going and being ready to enter with these partnerships. But this is a really impressive campaign, and I think that you all are approaching it with a really thoughtful mind, which is, I like the word galvanizing. I think sometimes that is underutilized, but really trying to get people to understand that this is going to take an entire community. It's going to take government coordination, it's going to take service provider coordination, and ultimately, at the very ground level, it's going to take a huge commitment from the children themselves to put themselves into the position to succeed. And we know that that's not an easy ask. So we're not, as it's been mentioned, we're not at a point right now to give direction to staff, but I just think it's worth mentioning that on this commission you have support to continue and go forth with this campaign, and whenever you all are sure about how to sort of formalize those partnerships and what we can do, you've certainly got allies on this commission. So thank you very much. We appreciate your work.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, is that an old hand? Yes, okay. Dan, let's open it up to members of the public. Anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak to this item? Okay, just introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Don Shepard. I'm People's Representative, and I think that this here needs to be reviewed by the mayor and the staff. I know they have a great input towards trying to interact with this, schools, but I still see that it needs to be overlooked by the mayor and made the decision whether to allow this to go on within our city and in our counties. This here is a very effective act towards their part, towards getting the approval of parents first would be the first act in which needs to be done. This COVID-19 kicked them in the legs and slowed down the process. So I feel that some of those questions that were asked by Mrs. Johnson and by Mr. Errol should have been asked to the mayor instead of venturing into that type of an action and have a questioning. So I wish them all the luck in the world to make in their venture happen. And I believe that if they're going to act upon this, they need to get with the mayor to get his approval and let the mayor have his staff and his opinion act upon this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And if we just pause for a second while we clean the lectern. All right, next speaker, please.
For some months ago, when the school board had discussion about reading levels, I was very dissatisfied with the discussion. I was reading at age 3. You know, lots of lap time with books, and fortunately the lap was a Spelman alum English major. My mom had me reading at 3, and when the school board, as today, talked about getting on grade level by 3rd grade, I said, what pitiful, humble ambition. Yeah, if you want to use the number 3, let's say reading at age 3. And of course, they're not in the classroom yet, but there is VPK, an Early Learning Coalition. There ought to be an emphasis on early reading. Kids should enter 1st grade already reading. They're never behind grade level. Grade level by grade 3 is it's a pathological approach. It assumes that there's going to be problems, they're going to be behind. Let's get them up to speed by 3rd grade. They need to enter 1st grade with skills. Because I was reading, it was Dr. Seuss, but it was reading, I got better treatment at nursery school and kindergarten and 1st grade. It's sad to say, but the teachers tend to dote on kids who show up with their skills started. So there needs to be supports for families and for community-based mentors so that children are reading by age 3.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Colin Murphy, the Executive Director of the Children's Trust, and I wanted to come in person to support Rakia and thank her for all she's done to reboot the campaign in Alachua County. One of the benefits of a Children's Trust is that statewide we have an association and we actually sponsor the campaign for grade level reading around the state. And it's been really fun to watch Rakia and her team bring the whole campaign to new life. I agree with her that implementing quality experiences where kids learn and don't lose their reading skills over the summer takes time. And this summer is too quick, as the mayor has said, to jumpstart that in just a few months. But one of the things the Children's Trust will be doing at our next meeting is we will be putting out a substantial amount of funding to get some capacity in the community for seats this summer. And so while you may not want to direct staff to implement any big reading initiatives, I would encourage you to get the staff ready to apply for some of those funds, because we view the city's summer programs and Parks and Recs Department specifically as a key provider of services in our summer system here in the county. I'll also tell you that the Trust just heard a presentation from the Youth Development Research Practice Partnership at our last meeting, and we commissioned them to do a study specifically around our summer system here. And while we have a lot of things in place, one of the things we realized is it's going to take some time before we have a system in the summer. But the reason it's so important is when you look at children who come from means, they actually have learning gains in the summer because of the amount of experiences. And children who don't get behind. So the summer is a time where inequities grow. And so one of the ways to stop that is to, and it takes funding, and that's what we're here for at the Trust, is to provide those quality learning experiences. So I appreciate Rakia and her team's focus on giving us a tool and a framework to make sure that whatever we are doing works. We are ready to provide some resources to begin to put together the summer system that we want. And I would just, again, want to thank her and really your whole team. I went and the city Parks and Rec folks took me around to all the city centers and where there's programming and where there's not and where there could be. And, there's just a lot of potential. And so I'm very, very excited. So this summer is step one. It's increasing capacity. But part of our commission study was on what we need to do years 2, 3, and 4 to increase the capacity to provide high-quality learning experiences that promote literacy in the summer. So I want to thank all of you for your support as well.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for being with us today. And this is going to be an unusual summer, maybe in a good way. It's going to be a very short summer. The school year started so late, they're going to go much later than they usually do, and then they'll start a lot earlier. So this is going to be the shortest amount of time our K through 12 students have off in the summer, in a generation at least. I mean, there's an opportunity to really provide some, targeted, high quality support in a very brief period of time, and then they're going to be right back in the classroom learning. So I'm actually excited about that. I don't know if my kids are excited about that, but that's okay. I'm supposed to be the bad guy in the family. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I just also want to echo the great things Rakia and her staff are doing. I think this is great. And I think this is the perfect time to reimagine our community centers. We just appointed a new interim director, Roxy Gonzalez, and I think this is something she would greatly get behind, get in a partnership with this organization and looking at ways that we can reimagine our community centers, how we can actually take learning, make it fun, in addition to the physical activities that we have in our community center. So this is a great opportunity. The community, the trust coming in and providing those resources. I think this is the perfect time for us to look at ways that we can partner, look at how we can reimagine our community centers and getting our staff to be a part of it and get them engaged as the summertime begins. So thank you all so much for this. This is great.
Right on, yeah. All very encouraging. And so I guess probably a good time for an update. Ms. Brown is at that April meeting. That's about 2 months from now, and I'm sure you'll be have a lot clearer idea of where we are with the landscaping and everything else you're doing, and maybe a more direct ask of the city. I think that gives Ms. Bowie and her team 2 months to see where we are and what we need to do to scale up. So timing is good, and I'm excited to see where we are in 2 more months. And as you heard, the entire commission is committed to supporting this project however we can most be effective. So thank you everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam, I didn't go to you. Do we have anybody that's called in that wants to speak to this item?
Sorry about that, Mayor. No, we do not. We have some callers who are waiting on the prior item, but not this one.
Very good. We will go back to that item shortly. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. And so let's now go back to our previous item, the Affordable Housing Action Plan, and I'm going to recognize Commissioner Johnson first. I think you had your hand up before we went to the other item.
I did. Thanks, Mayor. I did have my hand up. I'm going to kind of stay on the same path of heart happiness, and this the outcome of this plan did not make my heart so happy. So I think it was a decent effort. I appreciate the work that you all put in. There is a lot that we're already doing. I think some of the most valuable pieces of this plan is probably the community input that you all got. So I would be really interested in hearing, specifically what people had thoughts around everything mentioned in the plan: the community land trust, the inclusionary zoning, the land. Did you all mention the city, county, and all of our school board looking at our properties? Like, what specifically did people say about some of these recommendations? That's what I would be interested in hearing. So if you can give us a little bit more about that, that would be helpful as we move forward in some of the work that was suggested and that we are already working on this plan. Those were my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, back over to Commissioner Simmons.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I listened to the other commissioners, and we talked about that this confirmed or this is clear. And, I beg to differ on some of these things, because what we do know, what we can confirm, and what we do know is clear, that we have over 4,000 people based on the data that are needing affordable housing. What I would like to have seen in this process and in this presentation is, even though recommendations were made on the same lines that we're already working towards, there's no examples from anywhere to show us, well, this worked at this location, this worked at that location, this would really, we really recommend this because it's proven over here. We don't see any of that. So that's one of the main concerns that I have, and the frustration that I have, that we're being presented with a presentation with no meat to it. It's something that we paid for. Yes, we had community engagement. That's wonderful. That's a part of the process. But I feel like this process is not complete. I have an incomplete presentation. And that's the frustration that I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Simmons, I agree. I think that would have been very helpful to have those kind of more backup to these. And hopefully the Florida Housing Coalition can provide that backup. I think they have that. I mean, that these weren't just like made up out of thin air. So I hopefully they can provide those examples too. And they probably already have that already ready to go too. But I would like to move that we accept the City of Gainesville Housing Action Plan.
Okay, is there a second? Motion and a second that we accept the plan that was presented to us. Go ahead.
I'd like to have a second portion that we also ask the Florida Housing Coalition, I guess. Yeah, if they could provide kind of the backup behind the recommendations as well.
So I think both the public input and also to Commissioner Simmons' point, where these different elements have been implemented and how they've had an impact around the state.
Not just the state, though.
Yeah. Okay, nationally. So over to Commissioner Sacco.
It's kind of in the same vein where I would have liked more information, and I think the overall presentation gives you a handful of examples, and you kind of have to do your own dive into how they worked out, and I would have liked more information, but I don't know if anyone from the Florida Housing Coalition is still on. Oh, you are. Great. So I actually just had one question, because I think the one topic we haven't already discussed at length as a commission is linkage fees, and I just wonder how well that's worked. But if we're going to get a report back on how well some of these have worked across the state or nationally, I guess I can give you guys more time for that. But my concern was more about how effective that is and whether it diminishes, how to put this, whether folks say, well, I'm just going to go develop somewhere else, because that's not what we want. We want folks to build housing in Gainesville, or is it only exclusively for commercial, which still gives us that fear of whether
I'm going to be on in a second.
that fear of whether that commercial, that economic development will go somewhere else, and I don't want us to cripple our economic development to help our housing development. So I just have, if we are going to get a report on with more information, I'd like a little more info on how economic growth has been impacted in places like Jupiter where they do linkage fees. Thank you.
Do either of you want to comment on that? I mean, even the general idea of can you bring us back some case studies or practical examples of each of these recommendations and how they have or haven't worked?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. And so just to go back to the example point, I mean, the actual written report itself does go through the examples of all the recommendations. We just didn't present them today because we had a big report to go through in about 30-minute time. But all the examples, a lot of the examples are contained in the full report. Maybe not so much the presentation today, but they are there in the written report. As well with the linkage fee question, I mean, that'd be a question for staff because in order to implement a linkage fee, it does require that nexus study. I'll just say, just from anecdotal and just our data from other local governments in Florida, in Jupiter, Florida, they were able to collect over $300,000 for the linkage fee, and they made a decision to incorporate the way they did. They've been able to collect some money through it, but that'd be a later discussion about there's obviously a balance you have to make between linkage fees and encouraging development. So that'd be a question for the implementation phase if you decide to go that route with the nexus study.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I don't think we even heard the recommendation from our housing department. Was that something we needed to hear before we made a motion?
They didn't have a recommendation except to receive the report.
Okay, I thought she said that they had a recommendation.
So, Mayor, if I can just jump in for a second. So about a week and a half ago, I transmitted a memorandum to the commission that outlined the recommendations, or I'll call them items, in the Housing Coalition report, and what we're doing and where we are in implementing those. So as you've heard, and I think a few of you on the commission have expressed today, a lot of this stuff we have been working on, partly at the direction of the commission, partly at the initiative of staff, to move forward on. So we have not been waiting for the study to be completed. The only item in the list of recommendations that we have a hard time wrapping our hands around is the linkage fee, based upon where we are in the generation of economic development that would generate a dollar, and I'm not convinced yet that the cost of the study wouldn't outweigh the potential revenue coming in. So that is not something at this point that I would recommend to the commission we move on. So at this point, we're just asking you to acknowledge receipt of this report, acknowledge that staff is working on a bunch of these items already, and that we will be bringing you items back, some this evening, and March 4th, and April 1st when you return.
All right, thank you.
So we can change the motion to acknowledging that we've received this report.
Is that fine? Acknowledging we received it?
Sure. I say accept it, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Seconder? Okay. Thank you for the work that went into this. I think there are some real value items in this, especially the community engagement. That was a lot of people, a lot of organizations, a lot of neighborhoods that we were able to talk to during very challenging times to talk to people. I mean, I think that we probably did as good a job with community engagement and outreach during the pandemic on this issue than anybody did on anything in our local community. The second thing is it gives me comfort to know there was significant overlap between the work that we're doing and what came out of this report. And that's not by accident, because what we have all learned through this process is there is no panacea for affordable housing. There's not some undiscovered trick that a city like ours can conjure up to solve the 4,000 plus household gap that we face. And so because all of us have been doing our research, Commissioner Simmons, you came onto the commission fully determined because you'd done your research, you'd done your field trips on community land trust, and you knew that was something that had worked other places and worked here. And that's true for all the items in here. All of us have done our homework, our staff has done our homework, and we know the things that have proven effective, and it's going to be a combination of all of these things that ultimately will make a difference. And so now is the hard part. We've got to do the things. We've got to pass the policies. We've got to dedicate the revenue. We've got to change our land development code and our zoning. That's all hard work, but because there is an alignment between the work we're already doing and what's in the report, that should give us the motivation we need to be determined as we move forward, that this is the right path. And so I'm ready to go. I mean, this is without question the Commission's highest priority, as identified through our strategic planning process, as many of us individually have said over and over and over. And so we've just got to keep moving forward. And so with that, I will open it up for public comment, and we will start off with folks in the chamber. Welcome.
Oh, don't touch it.
Thank you for that.
After a lot of years studying planning and serving on both housing authority boards and both affordable housing advisory committees, it's been quite a lot of decades hashing around housing for me. And I can say that 90% of what I've heard today, I've heard before. I would like to see some actual implementing. Policy is just a pretty thing on a shelf until there's implementation. If some of the resources that have been spent on redundant rounds of research and repartee had gone into actual action, we could have a good number of actual new units standing years ago. So I hope it's time for action. I wonder if this is a product of our politics. You know, if 15% of the people vote and 60% select leadership, is 9% mandate, is that democracy or is that special interest rule? And how do we stop reflecting that?
Mr. Shepherd, just wait for a second while we sanitize. Thank you. Come on down, Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, my name is Donald Shepherd, People's Representative, and as a People's Representative, I also, as Mr. Blunt has made very clear, that I've been in several of these meetings and not seen no action of the housing department moving forward. I think that they were cut off at the knees because of the amount of money that they had to take and use to make this plan and its goals in which they had achieved within the staff and within the commission to take a move forward. That was our biggest crutch, was the amount of money. And I say that we need to give the money to this housing department so that they can do the legwork for us to take and put these people in the houses. That's how the amount of people that have moved here from other areas coming in, have made this amount bloom. And these people and these staffs can only do so much. I've been into staff meetings and know exactly what we need to do to move forward, and the biggest answer is the money. How can we take and put these people in houses if we don't have the money to back up the housing program, or there's the money spent to print out the certificates for going to these programs, to take and move it forward. And so I ask that we do put more money into the program so that they can correlate in our behalf. I myself are probably one of the people on that list for housing, because I want to get out of the lamplighter trailer park that I live in and move into a house. Be my first house. It's an adventure in which anybody who wants to become a homeowner and a taxpayer ventures into and looks forward to. As a city citizen in Gainesville, I think that this here will answer those problems. So thank you very much, Mayor Paul.
Thank you.
And Commission.
Thank you.
Everybody that is involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two people on the line right now. The first is Kim, excuse me, Kim Tanzer. Kim, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to talk about a couple things. First of all, the report, and you have emphasized how much community input you received, and I want to assure you, you received very little community input. I participated as an observer in both of the real estate, realtor sections, and none of their comments have been incorporated into this report. They were very smart, most of them were. And as you know, I've been interested in this subject for several years and have had, except for commission meetings, no opportunity to comment at all. And I think we really need to have a serious community discussion before moving forward on big issues. So do not assume that you've received community input, because you haven't. On today's consent agenda, you approved $200,000 to solve a problem that doesn't exist, which is inclusionary zoning, which is somehow an obsession for you all. It's not an interest to anyone in the community except the people you socialize with, apparently. If you looked at the research, you would know that Gainesville's desegregating organically, and that Gainesville's property values are becoming equal organically. And 30% of Gainesville's housing is the missing middle, so-called. So this is not a problem that we have. Instead, I think you need to have an honest conversation with us, the residents of Gainesville, about what you're really trying to do with inclusionary zoning. I'm looking at a map right now of vacant parcels in Gainesville, and I see that in East Gainesville, particularly in African-American neighborhoods, there are enormous quantities of vacant parcels. In West Gainesville, there are very few within neighborhoods. So if you implement inclusionary zoning, you're either going to turn all of Gainesville's African-American neighborhoods into multifamily neighborhoods, or if you intend to implement that zoning in West Gainesville, essentially you'll be tearing down West Gainesville to make multifamily housing. And either of those deserves a serious conversation. I hope that you'll really not just send your people, but you yourselves will meet with Gainesville citizens and try to have an honest conversation about what it is that you're really trying to do with inclusionary zoning. With regard to other parts of the proposal, they're fine, they're kind of standard, and if you get with them, you might get some good results. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next up, Tana Silva. Tana, thank you for being patient. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioners, your July 2018 Housing Summit was an excellent, promising moment of public engagement and policymaking. It was going to be the start of strategizing, but the next week, the Department of Doing quietly tried to upzone all residential properties in the city. That singular obsession has eclipsed useful discussion and become a crusade, squandering money such as the $200,000 today, as well as staff time, public trust, and 3 years. This so-called plan clings to the theoretical deregulation narrative despite the 2017 land use overhaul and transect zones and rising costs like labor and lumber. It encourages more displacement from neighborhoods that have had diverse housing for decades. This plan ignores crucial elements from the July 2018 summit. Glaringly missing is preservation of existing housing stock, although Schimberg Center said that is the most urgent need, and 30% AMI renters are most at risk. Repairs and legal assistance were recommended, yet city officials called demolitions neighborhood revitalization and pushed for new rentals in a city with very low homeownership that is the basis of household wealth. The city imposed, without public discussion, an international property maintenance code, just as insurance companies are raising premiums and dropping coverage on older homes that constitute nearly 2/3 of Gainesville housing. An eviction and foreclosure cloud is on the horizon, as are opportunity zone projects that can and do crush neighborhoods. Public housing has been demolished. The so-called plan is oblivious to all that and focused on new construction of multifamily units anywhere. The city already gives away these incentives for buildings large and small. It gave away not one but 2 ADUs without public notice for nothing in exchange. The proposed employer housing assistance pertains to government employees who have more job security, benefits, and pay than most workers here. And that assistance would come at taxpayer expense while UF keeps taking properties off the tax rolls. The timeline and list of events have errors and overstate public participation. With sincere respect for Florida Housing Coalition, I have to say the city's fingerprints are on this diminished set of proposals to push a zoning agenda. As our only elected representatives, you could salvage the good start of July 2018 by reopening the discussion to city residents' wealth of knowledge, experience, and dedication. You could turn around the expensive top-down trajectory of the past 5 years, starting here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tana. Mr. Mayor, we have one more caller. We'll do some live screening here. With the caller ending in 4443, are you talking to us about the housing issue? If so, please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Joshua Ney. I've been a Gainesville resident for way too long, 26 years now, and I've been a homeowner since 2000. To me, when you're starting working on any problem issue that we're trying to address in Gainesville and the solutions you'd like to implement, you need to ask yourself if the solutions are reflective of our city's values. Do we want to live in a city that's going to become more dense, green, and equitable? Or do we want to continue to repeat the mistakes of the past where we continue to have a car-centric, economically and racially segregated city? I know a previous caller said we are naturally desegregating. I mean, as the presentation showed, that's not happening. We also need to realize that changes we make won't immediately change a city, but will take years to really see results. You should do the things that should be easy first, and then you can tackle the more difficult tasks. When we talk about housing, the first question to ask ourselves is, how many units of housing do you want to build in this city? We know that people are moving to our city as our population has grown by 60% in the last 30 years. And if we want to continue to be a welcoming city, what number should we be hitting for new housing units? And how are we planning on hitting those numbers in a way that makes our city better? No one that is intimately engaged with the complexities of affordable housing in America would suggest that zoning is the only solution to increase affordability. The reason that zoning is targeted is because its origins are inherently racist, bigoted, and exclusionary. As I said, zoning isn't the only way to make housing more affordable. It's just one that by changing it allows for many other things that make housing more affordable. Upzoning is not solely a developmental tool. It's a representation of our city's values. Minneapolis' city recent abolition of single-family zoning vocalized that density is a local value. it's surprising to me that more people are talking about wanting more people in our city, because I see signs in folks' yards about, we don't care where you're from, but we're glad that you're our neighbor. But rather than just being words on a sign, we need to make those values an actual action by wanting more neighbors in our city. We have so much to offer. I love Gainesville. We have wonderful restaurants and bakeries and breweries and parks, and we should want more people here to enjoy those things. We want people to be able to walk to those things. Look at the huge parking lots around Depot Avenue that have to be full because there's not dense housing around those places that people want to be at. People shouldn't have to drive from Jonesville into our city to enjoy those things. So I just want to say that I'm pro upzoning, I'm pro inclusionary zoning, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Mayor, Commission, that's the last of our callers. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts with us. We have a lot of work ahead of us, clearly, but I am excited to be where we are right now. With that, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
The next item is file 200690, COVID update.
Okay, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I just wanted an opportunity to check with you again about the last discussion that we had regarding COVID-19, where you asked me to look at and implement a executive order similar to that of Hillsborough County. At this point, I wanted to share my thoughts with you. Now, where I think we are, what that order would do, and some concerns that I have before we proceed further along that route. So, as you know, and I send you every day the numbers I get from the Department of Health in terms of COVID positive tests and where we are in terms of capacity and so forth. And I think you will see that over the last few weeks, we are actually seeing quite a bit of a downward trend. That is good, though I recognize we have a far way to go, especially in terms of getting the community vaccinated. But as more members of our community, our neighbors, get vaccinated, I think we're going to see that the opportunities of community spread are going to diminish. That being said, I have two primary concerns moving forward with this order. One is messaging. Clearly, this would be something that would be only applicable within the boundaries of the city. And as the commission is aware, we have been intentional since the beginning on trying to have some common messaging with the county. And in this particular case, we would be creating a different message that basically says that the rules are different when you're here versus, let's say, on the other side of 75, where most of the county commercial district lies. And conflicting messaging leads to confusion on both sides, which then leads us to the issue about enforcement. So I've had discussions with Hillsborough County, both their legal staff and their administrative staff. And I think everybody recognizes that while the order is a message, it is not necessarily the easiest to enforce. I've called it whack-a-mole enforcing in the past, and I think it would be more of the same going forward if we implement that here. Plus, there's going to be a certain amount of economic impact on certain establishments. Some restaurants and bars may be easily able to accommodate things such as requiring all their patrons to sit because their model has seats. Uh, there are other bars in this city which employ a large number of individuals that are not set up for seats. As a matter of fact, I've been in a few of them on tours, not as patrons, where I couldn't find a seat if I looked for one on there, and that ultimately means that they would, pretty much cease from their operation. And as the commission knows, we've been pretty forceful in terms of trying to do education. We are still in the midst of the Healthy Gainesville Education Initiative, and that is just kicking in terms of providing the collateral. I can't tell you if it's going to be successful, but I have optimism that we will make some difference by moving that forward. So at this point, before we draft the order, and I'm certainly willing to do that if that is the direction from the commission. I did want to share with you that I did have concerns about the enforcement, the messaging, and the economic impact on this. And to tell you, if we do draft the order and implement it, I wanted to make sure you're clear, the expectation is clear on our ability to enforce. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I wanted to share with you my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldman. You do have a few folks, starting with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, we all had an opportunity to watch Hillsborough County's enforcement of their order a week and a half ago on national television during the Super Bowl, or surrounding the Super Bowl, and it didn't look real effective to me. I could be wrong, but what kind of specifics did they give you on their ability to enforce that order?
So first of all, there was a concern about manpower, person power, community builder power, and just a large number of establishments and the ability to be in the places on there. Plus an establishment, if there is a patron that is not wearing a mask, is subject to one fine under their order. It's $150. The few establishments that they did cite, and I think that there were 4, basically just wrote the check and said it's the cost of doing business. It didn't increase the enforcement or the efficacy of what was trying to happen. And that they're only seeking voluntary compliance through this.
Good. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Manager, for looking into it and your bringing back your report. Since Sunday, 13 people have died from COVID, and that's too many for me. Yes, our numbers are down. I hope they continue, but I don't feel like we are doing enough as we should to protect our residents of our community. And I believe we should I believe we should move forward with this emergency order. And if the fee is too low, then that fee or that fine needs to be higher to make sure that the business would be in compliance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I guess I'll be redundant from the last time I spoke on this. But one thing significant's happened since then and now, and that's that our positivity rate has consistently gone down. We have been trending in a very positive direction. What I have not heard change from Paul Myers, our director of the Alachua County Health Department, is the main sources of transmission, which is at home and in retail, with bars and restaurants being in third. So to me, this seems like we're attacking the wrong problem. A lot of effort has gone into the Healthy Gainesville initiative, and I think that this will completely neutralize that. My strong desire is that we would at least allow that initiative to be implemented to see if it has the expected outcomes that it was designed for. But if we go down this path, I think we're going to be devoting a tremendous amount of our resources that are not going to be sort of ideally placed to deal with the challenges that we have. I mean, you're going to be putting either code enforcement or law enforcement officers, in these bars instead of, we know that we have other priorities in that area. So if we were trending in the wrong direction and we had good data that it was because of transmission in bars, then this would make a lot of sense to me. But neither of those are the case, and I hope I'm wrong. I don't see these bars partnering with us on the Healthy Gainesville initiative if this is the direction that we head. And that would be unfortunate because that whole project was designed around these bars. It wasn't designed around small restaurants serving outdoors and not dealing with the specific population that we're worried about. So I was in the minority 2 weeks ago. I don't know if I still am or not. But I think this just really undoes a lot of the positive work that we've done as a commission and a community. Commissioner Jesus Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the motion previously was to add on retail as well as one of the places where masks were mandated. I hear your concerns over the bars and that they might be upset with this or they might not want to work with us. To be honest, I think that if having an order like this, then they probably wouldn't have done that great of a job on enforcing, not enforcing it, but on pushing out the message and actually being effective. I think you have much more faith than I do in most of the places. I know I've talked to some of the bar owners and they're good with it, but they're the ones who I think are doing a good job. But I still think that we should move forward with this, and I think it's the best way to protect our residents. I would move that we continue the direction sent to the manager last time.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to do something. I want us to be able to say, yeah, we are doing everything we possibly can. But unless we're going to go hire a whole bunch of new codes enforcement folks on a temporary basis, what we hope is a temporary basis, or contract with security companies and give them extra rights and powers or something, I don't know how we enforce it. I just don't. I don't want us to go build a Potemkin village of enforcement. To say we're going to do all these things and then not do any of them. It is deeply frustrating to me to see people lined up on University Avenue going into bars and knowing that I have always hated, and this just makes it much worse, to see people treat Gainesville like it's not real, like they're here for college and everything surrounding them here just doesn't matter. That breaks my heart. Because I also love my university. My wife works at our university. I used to work there. I loved my time as a student there. It breaks my heart, and I want people to hear this who may for some reason be scrolling across and stop on channel 12. It breaks my heart when people treat our city that way. There's no reason that town and gown can't coexist, and in many places they do. I am begging folks who are packing bars and know better. Some people insist they just don't want to believe it, and that's a different thing. But if you know better, act better. Please, please, please. Because we really don't have the tools to make you do better. And I'm not sure that even if we had the tools, that would work. I don't know what more we can do to force people to stop behavior that is clearly dangerous. Not only to themselves, but to other people, to the people that they interact with after they leave the bar, to the folks that they will spread the virus to in a, you know, the cashier of the store, the apartment manager, the professor, the, you know, whoever you come in contact with. I love that we're seeing better numbers. That's fantastic. You know, we're getting people vaccinated. That's wonderful. But people are still dying. We're up over 200 neighbors since April who have died. Some of them friends of mine. They're not coming back. But yeah, I don't know how we can make people who ought to know better act better, other than to just say, please, for goodness sake, do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was my concern from the very beginning is the enforcement piece. You know, we just do not have the staff to enforce anything like this. And the city manager brought up a great point with the messaging. You know, we shied away from that. We're not putting the message out, I think, like we should. It should be a continuous education about this pandemic. And also the conflict, because if you put something in town, in the city, they just go across the bridge. Then they come back with possible being infected. You know, we don't know. And so it's very concerning. And you have to ask yourself, you know, how can we do this in a way that is beneficial to all? And I think that's the challenge, because we cannot continue to put our code enforcement people in harm's way. We cannot continue to just keep putting them with so much stress. They have the renters' rights ordinance that they're working on. They have so many pressures that they're faced with. And so how much can they take? And I guess that's the concern that I have. So thank you, Mayor. That was just a concern of mine from the very beginning, is how can we protect our own and keep them safe and enforce this potential ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to echo Commissioner Ward. It breaks my heart, but also infuriates me. It's a mix of emotions whenever I see young, well-educated people who should know better lining up outside of bars without masks. But I also hear Manager Feldman's point of enforcement, where it becomes whack-a-mole and you might show up after a complaint and everyone's complying now, so what do you do? How do you enforce it? And I know I was a strong supporter of this, and I want us to be able to do something. But as Commissioner Ward said, I don't want to put Potemkin Village set up where, you know, we have all these laws and nobody has to obey them because they know we don't have the person power to follow up. And I think at this point it's public record. We don't have the person power. Everyone's heard most of the people in this room say that. So it'll be common knowledge that we just don't have the person power to go out and file and do anything about it. What I would be, and I agree with the point made that, you know, some bars and restaurants, some businesses would suffer because they aren't set up to have seated only. So to that end, I have two questions. One is, could we still do one to enforce it in retail? since that seems to be where a lot of cases originate, and retail wouldn't have anything beyond the requirement to be masked. It doesn't have a seating requirement, just that you must be masked in a retail establishment. And the second question is, I think we also asked for this to be put through the equity toolkit or to go through our equity department to see how it would impact minority businesses, or how equitably it would be to some businesses. Was that ever accomplished?
So, Commissioner, if I could take the second one first. What's going through the equity toolkit at this point, my understanding, and Ms. Marshall can correct me, is the open container.
Okay.
Look at, and that work is still underway. With regard to the retail establishments, the other aspect deals with the patrons of establishments that are going to claim some sort of medical exemption. And that was one of the issues that Hillsborough County pointed out, was that there's not an expectation on the businesses to deal with, to track down the medical exemption for their patrons. And so what they would be looking for enforcement is, are the businesses doing a reasonable effort, such as posting the signs, providing masks, maybe if they have a PA system throughout the store to remind people to wear the masks while they're inside the establishment. And if they were doing that, then their enforcement officers would not be citing the business for a patron not wearing a mask.
Okay, so what I think from my experience, what most businesses are already doing is what would be considered reasonable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One thing that I'm not sure we're doing here in Gainesville would be playing announcements over PAs, public address systems, as a reminder.
I don't think it's required, but I know a number of stores do it. That's why I figured it's enough of what they're doing. And if I think we've all seen the people in our community who don't believe in COVID for whatever reason and insist that they have a medical condition. So that's how they claim medical exemption and get away with murder of our community. I don't know what the middle ground would be. I just don't want us to put forward something that we can't enforce. And so, unfortunately, until we get something that can be enforced, I don't know what I can support right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really torn because I continue to be in support of this. Enforcement has always been a problem from day one. We've known that we cannot enforce almost 200,000 people in the urbanized area. And our greatest tool has always been collaboration and communication, which throughout the last 10 months has been met with different kinds of challenges. The latest challenge being our home state Super Bowl champions celebrating with zero protection, and then the governor cheering them on. So it's been a real challenge for a long time. I will say that I have noticed there's a lot of enthusiasm for the Healthy Gainesville program. And so today I will say that I am swayed by your argument, Mr. Mayor, that enthusiasm is worth its weight in gold because we have tried everything in terms of trying to get as many businesses to cooperate and understand the importance. I know that they're worried about their employees. I can't imagine how hard it must be for people who are just trying to make a living and pay their bills, and then they have to hear the latest treatise on why it's their right to infect whoever they want from the customer who's ordering a beer at the bar. And so I don't know that onus should be put specifically on that business. And truth be told, I don't want to fine businesses. They're already in a hard enough position. The state of Florida has done nothing for them. Didn't even delay the time to pay taxes this year. So maybe if we were in a different situation, but I think in the time period since our last vote, I think the situation is changing a little bit. we have seen a downward trend. I think we have seen enthusiasm for our message that we've adopted. And as I said, that enthusiasm worth its weight in gold. We didn't have that to begin with, and we're all feeling burned out. We're all feeling ground down. And so whenever there's buy-in and excitement, when people are burned out and ground down, you got to take it and to risk extinguishing that with what's that old phrase? Sort of Damocles. I don't think that would get us where we want to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos, I think you know that I've been simpatico with you on this stuff from the beginning. We definitely have a sort of divergent opinion on what will be most effective at this point. But I and you and the rest of us, I know, will continue following these trends very closely. And if there's a departure, we start seeing another spike, I'm going to be enthusiastic about trying more restrictive means. But right now I want to just lean towards reinforcing positive behavior. And you and I both know we're usually in a race every day when we get the latest updates. So I know that you and I are aware at the very same moment, and probably the rest of us, at what direction things are headed. And I say that to say I know that you're very focused on it. And so, if we do start seeing a change, I think that in another 2 weeks' time, or maybe even next week at GPC, we still can give the city manager that direction if that's what seems appropriate. There is no motion on the floor, but I will open it up for public comment if anybody wants to speak on this issue. Welcome.
Some of you know that I work as a nurse. As far as I've observed on the dedicated COVID unit at the hospital, I'm the only black nurse over 60 in that environment. And I ride the public bus back and forth to work most times. And as I was riding the other day, I had to notice that I was at greater risk on the RTS bus than I am while working on the COVID unit. The fact that people are non-compliant on the bus and the bus keeps rolling is in itself a violation of public health directives. With people unmasked on the bus, that bus should pull to the curb, open the doors, and stay there until noses and mouths of anybody over 2 years old are covered. And I brought this up to you, Mr. Mayor, directly, one-to-one in a phone call, and then later on to the whole commission, but I've seen no action. When I've been on the bus and seen somebody in the back of the bus talking loudly, laughing on their phone with no mask, and another passenger gets up to get them a mask from the free dispenser at the front entrance, and they refuse it. That driver should be able to hit a button with a recording that says the bus will proceed when noses and mouths are covered. And that driver pulls to the next stop and stays there with the doors open until there's compliance. That recording should also say onboard cameras and driver are observing for compliance, so that animus is not directed at the drivers for this, so that everyone on board realizes that it is the unmasked people who is stopping their trip. You are operating rolling incubators, picking up and dropping off potential transmitters all over town, all along their routes. There's a sign on the buses that say mask required. There is zero enforcement. I have heard one time in the last 9 months a driver admonish somebody, please put on a mask. And that driver did get some pushback from that person. So it's a risk for them. This is a way for the drivers to enforce this without bringing negative backlash on themselves. And you need to take action. If I come down with it and can prove I got it on the bus, I'm going to be litigating this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Anybody else in the chamber?
Thank you, Commission, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity. I agree somewhat with Mr. Clout about this action in which he wants to take an act upon. If there's anybody that's ridden the bus knows that if you act upon that as a driver or as a rider, your life is in danger. There's people that will take and beat you to death right there on the bus over this. And we don't have enough police to take and respond to this. We'd have to have a police officer on the bus to take and respond to this. And it would have to be more than one police officer, because one police officer can be overpowered. So there goes more money for our budget. I say that this here has been a political thing from get-go, and it's been said on national TV that it has been. And it goes right back to the steps of the city. You support your police, your fire, and your hospitals first. And as far as this COVID-19 thing, it's an ongoing thing, and it's going to continue another year. So as a mayor, our commissioners, what are we to do about it? Our hands are tied. We can't pay or hire enough officers for each little anacle of a development which a civilian or a citizen takes upon their own hands to do. Our jails would be filled, but yet we release them, prisoners from our jails. So how is it we're going to act in that? And I'd like to know what Mr. Cole was taking here, sitting at the city commission meeting, in his eyedropper. Is it CBC? Is it what? I don't think that was kosher to be doing at a city commission meeting. And there again, we don't know which individual comes into a meeting high, drugged up, or has an issue with the commission or the mayor. Our officers' hands and our security officers, our workers, we're all at stake. So this is an ongoing problem our city mayors had, and our commission and our officers have had throughout the years. And so we, meaning myself, I'm asking for our governor to give us some more money so that we can take and hire more police officers, hire more.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thank you for your comments.
Security
Appreciate it.
police. Thank you, sir.
Adam, got anybody calling in for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one caller, Mr. Nathan Scott. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I want to emphasize that I am not in favor of any additional mandates. I know the motion died for lack of a second, but I don't feel that additional mandates or restrictions from the City Commission are constructive. Again, I think messaging is more effective. I do think it's a little bit ironic to watch a commission recognize that its failure to be able to control the irresponsible behavior of University of Florida students and those at the bars when, a few months ago, you guys were pounding hand on fist saying you're going to control everything. It's just, I think, a recognition, eye-opening recognition that you can't do all the things that you intend to do, no matter how well-intended they are. With respect to Mr. Blount, I want to echo his comments wholeheartedly. Also want to thank him for voting against the GRU zoning for the solar out in Archer, which disadvantages African American community. You know, I heard during this discussion, hey, has this been run through the equity toolkit? You know, I'm tired of the hypocrisy, commissioners. You talk about this equity toolkit. You talk about, you know, systemic racism. You talk about discrimination and racist behavior. But, you know, effectively, to the point, and I'm making a valid analogy, Mayor, so don't go to cut me off here. You know, was equity toolkit applied to GRU, sticking this solar project in the middle of the African American community that tears up the fabric of that tight-knit African American historic Black community, as opposed to having the opportunity to site that project in its own backyard, but with the same developer? No, it wasn't. And so don't be hypocritical, commissioners, when you sit there and virtue signal about equity and systemic racism, because approval of that project in Archer does nothing but perpetuate the systemic racism and discriminatory development practices
Getting
by
a little
placing
off
GRU's
topic here,
unnecessary
Mr.
solar
Scott.
plant in the middle of a historic, tight-knit African American community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller on this issue. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you much. Back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be very brief, I would like to hear from, not today, but at, I guess, next Thursday's General Policy Committee meeting, or recommendations from the city manager, how we can better require mask wearing on the RTS system. And I will be prepared to make a motion at that point, but would like to hear recommendations that are sensitive to RTS workers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will be in recess until, let's call it 5:45. We've got 4 proclamations, I think. So we are in recess until 5:45. I think trying to cram that last item. All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to call this meeting back to order, February 18th, 2021. It's the evening portion of our meeting, and our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand if you're willing and able, and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, our next item.
Our first item this evening is proclamation number 200842, a special recognition of the City of Gainesville's participation in the 2020 Census Community Partnership and Engagement Program.
All right, thank you. So I received a recognition from the United States Census Bureau that reads, the U.S. Census Bureau hereby recognizes the City of Gainesville, Florida as an invaluable member of the 2020 Census Community Partnership and Engagement Program. We appreciate the efforts you made in making the partnership program a success and helping achieve a successful 2020 census. Signed by Dr. Stephen D. Dillingham, Director of the U.S. Census Bureau. And here you go. So congratulations, City of Gainesville. We are now just anxiously awaiting the results of said census, which are being delayed about 6 months. So we'll see where we stand after that. But a lot of people put a lot of hard work into that effort, and so we want to thank everybody that participated. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have file 200808, Conservationist Amy Carpus Day, February 16th, 2021.
And I understand we have the parents of Amy Carpus here to accept? Oh, wonderful. Okay. Why don't you just, you can stand so everybody can see you here. Very good. Yes, thank you. And we're glad you're with us. Whereas Amy Carpus began her tenure with the city in 1998 at Morningside Nature Center and moved to GRU in 2004 as a conservation analyst, then a residential efficiency program coordinator 3. And whereas Amy is known for her vast knowledge of energy efficiency and conservation. And whereas Amy was a champion of GRU and its conservation efforts and passionate about educating the public through community events. And whereas Amy has served the citizens of Gainesville and her fellow co-workers faithfully for 22 years with the highest degree of professionalism and dedication. And whereas Amy is the consummate conservation analyst. And whereas Amy Carpus had an astonishing encyclopedic recall of obscure knowledge, an eccentric bohemian vibe, and an aficionado of rock and roll music. And whereas Amy was a dedicated member of the Society for Creative Anachronism. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim February 16th, 2021 as Conservationist Amy Carpus Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in recognizing Amy for her hard work and dedication. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 28th day of January, 2021. Congratulations, and please say a few words, introduce yourself.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, because we forgot to put it in the proclamation, that Amy also was on the Nature Center's Commission Citizen Advisory Board for 16 years. So the community had a great loss when we lost her, but we are glad that we got the Amy Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and we appreciate all that she did for our city, and just what a wonderful soul that she was.
And I just want to share that Amy worked with the commission on the residential subcommittee, and her service to the commission was so appreciated, and I really appreciated working with her. It was really special.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have file 200816, Stephen R. Phillips Day, February 18th, 2021.
Mr. Phillips, my goodness gracious. Whereas Mr. Stephen R. Phillips is being honored for his exceptional work and dedication to the City of Gainesville Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, after serving with distinction and integrity for the past 35 years. And whereas prior to working at the city, he was the director of Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation Incorporated. Mr. Phillips has worked in the parks and recreation field since 1978. And whereas Mr. Phillips has served in numerous elected leadership positions throughout his career with the City of Gainesville, such as Nature Operations Manager, the Assistant Director of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, the Interim Director, and finally the Director of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. And whereas Mr. Phillips has volunteered on numerous committees, boards, advisory councils, and oversight committees in support of community recreation over the past 43 years. And whereas Mr. Phillips helped create the Vision 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Master Plan, which addresses the current state of all city parks and facilities and identifies gaps throughout the city in amenities and in service levels. And whereas Mr. Phillips was instrumental in helping pass the Alachua County Wild Spaces Public Places 8-year half-cent sales tax in November of 2016 that is dedicated to acquire and improve environmentally sensitive lands and to create, improve, and maintain parks and recreational facilities outlined in the Vision 2020 PRCA Master Plan. And whereas Mr. Phillips was crucial in achieving the PRCA's Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies, or CAPRA, agency accreditation in October 2013 and reaccreditation in September 2018, making PRCA the third City of Gainesville department to achieve this high standard of service delivered to a municipal agency. And whereas, after 43 years of public service, Mr. Phillips looks forward to spending more time with his friends and family, pursuing his passion for gardening and holiday ornament artistry, and he will continue to find opportunities to support the protection and care of Florida's ecosystems. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim February 18th, 2021 as Stephen R. Phillips Day in the City of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in commending Mr. Stephen R. Phillips for outstanding service, dedication, and commitment during 35 years of service to our community in the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, and on this day wishes him a long, healthy, and fruitful retirement. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this second day of February 2021. Congratulations, sir.
So Mayor, Commissioners, we have a little bit of a presentation we want to make. So I'm going to ask communications to kick that off.
Hey, Steve, I just want to say first, congratulations on a remarkable run here at the City of Gainesville. Don't know how you did it, but it's really something, and you deserve the next stage in your life. Second, I want to thank you personally for all the support, particularly in the hard times, which you know were hard. But your support got me through it and got the rest of us through it. So thank you for that. And finally, on behalf of everyone in this city, thank you for this contribution that you've made. You've changed the face of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs forever. And it's a change that will last for years and years to come, to the benefit of generations of young and old alike. So many, many, many thanks for that, and bravo. Take care.
Hey Steve, happy retirement. I just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come over here and work with all you guys. And I love it over here. And I wish you all the best, and we're really gonna miss you. Take care.
Thanks, Steve. We appreciate all the support. Hope you have a good life out there and come back and volunteer.
Hi, Steve. Congratulations on your graduation from the City of Gainesville Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. 35 years of service. It's a long time. So I just want to say thank you for your support, your guidance, your leadership over the years. You meant so much to this department, to me. You made me better at who I am, at what I do. And I just want to say thank you, and to many, many years of enjoying life.
Hey, Steve. I know my time working with you was short, but every interaction we had was professional, and I wish I could have had more time working with you, and I know I could have learned a lot. Again, I wish you the best in your retirement, and thank you.
Hey, Steve. You know where I'm at, Morningside Nature Center, and your old stomping grounds, and I'm here with the bobcat, which might seem a bit random, but this picture is one of my favorites from the Morningside archive. You in your formative days at Morningside Nature Center, when Morningside was just one of a handful of a few nature parks that the city of Gainesville was in charge of. And under your leadership in the last 35 years, that handful of nature parks has grown to a vast array of green spaces for the community to enjoy. And on behalf of the Nature Operations Division, the community builders, neighbors, and of course the Bobcats, thank you for all you've done to improve the quality of life in our community, the nature parks, the programs, and everything that you have done. We certainly appreciate it and hope that you are able to enjoy and relax and tend to your creative side, your drawing and painting and woodworking. After 35 years of service, you've certainly earned it. Thank you.
Hey, Steve. I asked you a few weeks ago what we was gonna do for you, so I guess this is it. Farewell. It's been great working with you. Like always, it's all about the youth.
Steve, I just don't really know what to say. I always knew you were going to be retiring, but it's hard to think of the department without you being around. I guess I'll just say thanks for everything. Thanks for the leadership, the support, the guidance, advice. Thanks for just being there and the great friendship. You'll definitely be missed.
Hi, Steve. This is our farewell to you. We're sorry we can't do this all in person and to be able to say goodbye face to face. I hope I'll get to maybe pop in and see you before you leave as you maybe cleaning out your office. I know you have some turtles and some owls and some stuff up there. It has been a pleasure working with you. I've enjoyed the mentorship, I've enjoyed the conversations, and I have enjoyed watching how the process of working for the city works through your eyes and through your actions. And we're gonna miss you terribly. We hope you enjoy the hiking and the camping and all of those fun things that you enjoy doing out in nature, planting, gardening, all that fun stuff. And then always stop by and come by and see us every once in a while. We'd love to see you.
Hi, Phil. It's Brantley here. I just wanted to wish you an amazing and wonderful retirement. Please go out, enjoy yourself, relax, do absolutely nothing, but then come back and see us from time to time. Bye.
Hey, Steve. It's nice working with you, even though it's brief. Per request, I made you one of my model.
Nice. Oh, that's great.
Hey, Steve, I'll never forget the first day I met you. You were under a desk with some trash picker thing, and you had a big smile on your face and made me feel welcome from the beginning, and it's not stopped. And I just thank you for your years of support, just your spirit, and everything you've done for the department, and just me as an individual. You've always cared. You've always asked about my kids, and you know that means more to me than anything, because I'll start crying because you can hear it now. And I'm going to miss your ornaments every year. I just think that's such a special touch, and that just shows what a special person you are, and how much you really care about your employees. So you will be missed. I wish you and Debbie the best. I hope you enjoy your retirement to its fullest, and you get to travel and do whatever it is you love to do. Take care.
Hey, Steve, this is Raymond. I'm gonna miss you. Been working well together for about 30 years, and I don't know what to do. I guess I'm gonna follow your steps and retire too. Goodbye.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for giving me my opportunity to be a part of this wonderful department, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Really appreciate all of your time that you've spent dedicated to the city, to our department, and to our community. I have a lot of respect for you and wish you well in this next chapter of your life. It's been a pleasure working with you and by your side on one of the greatest projects that we've overseen as a city. And I look forward to bumping into you at Depot Park when you take walks out here. Make sure you stop by and say hi and keep in touch. Good luck. Enjoy your retirement. We'll miss you.
Steve, it was great working for you. Congratulations on your retirement. I'm still working on getting our guitar back. I'll let you know. Take care.
Hey Steve, hard to believe this day is finally here. Gosh, 30 plus years with the city, and that's crazy because I thought you were only like 45 years old, so you really age well. This is certainly a sad day for me, the course, the entire department, but when you think about it, it's going to be a lot of fun for you because now you get to go climb mountains and play with snakes and frogs and all that stuff. And fun's a big word when I think about all your time here, because you allowed us to have fun. You allowed us to be ourselves and just go out and do the jobs that you hired us for. And I think that's what great leadership is all about. And I really respect you for that. And I'll always appreciate all the fun times we had, you know, when birds are flying into the building and we're laughing and having a good time and all these things we got to do out here. But you know, I think you always said that you wanted this course and you wanted the city to be better when you left it, and I think that's certainly the case. And gosh, I'm better for it. I saved all these ornaments for over the years and all the things that I had. But so many great times, so many great things that you did, and you know, you're the Steve Spurrier of what the Parks Department was. You made this a better place, and we'll just try to do our best to keep that legacy going. So congratulations again, Steve, and we'll certainly miss you.
Hi, Steve. It's Karen. I just wanted to thank you for finally hiring me. I know it took 3 times, but thank you. 3rd time's a charm. Gonna miss you. Keep doing your plants. Let me know when you have baby plants to give away. Stay in touch. Bye.
Hey, Steve. Congratulations on your retirement. I've enjoyed working with you for 30 years. I can't believe it's already been 30 years. I don't know where the time went. I've enjoyed working with you. Maybe in your retirement we can still have some more Oreos as time goes by. Hopefully we can still get together for meetings from time to time and hang out, but it's been great. I'll miss you. I know if you were here, the coffee would be on you because you love to put the coffee on me. Cheers.
Cheers to your retirement, Steve. We're gonna miss you, and thank you so much for all of the camaraderie and colleagueship that you've extended to me while I've been here the last couple of years. We'll miss you and hope you enjoy retirement and all the fun adventures that you have planned.
Hey Steve, I want to just say I've enjoyed laughing and working with you for the last 9 years. It's been great. I hope you enjoy your retirement. I'm just a few years behind you, but thanks for everything. Good luck.
We have a light agenda tonight, so. So Steve, as I was listening last night to the city commission meeting, I was reminded of a quote that was probably a little applicable last night, but more applicable to you and your career. And this is an old Greek proverb that goes, "A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in." And I think when you look around Gainesville and look around your career, you will see everything that you have put in place that all of our neighbors and our visitors will come to enjoy as they blossom in the future. And so as you drive around the city in your retirement, okay, and you look around, you should always say to yourself, I did that, and I did that, and I built community this way, and you have a lot to be proud of. So I got a few quick tokens to give you. And because of social distancing, I will leave them here. So we have a 35-year pin. We have a lifetime pass to Sweetwater Wetlands, which has to be renewed every 5 years. Some cards from your staff. And just to show you that even Gainesville is not immune from what's happening around the country, your plaque is somewhere in Dallas. Stuck on a plane in the frozen tundra of the Midwest. So Steve, I've only been here for a little over a year, but I know that the work you have done has been quality, and when we talk about building community, you have been leading the pack. So thank you. Thanks.
Well, this is over, we'll get a man hug going on here, okay?
Oh.
Thank you. Oh, boy. The good news is we have over 100 and something staff members at PRCA, so that if they did everybody, we would be here all night, and I know that each and every one of them are great people. But Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Fellman, Charter officers, I just personally want to thank you all for this proclamation and recognition. It has been a very long journey, and when I first came here, to be honest, the mayor was Gary Gordon, and the city manager was W.D. Higginbotham. Those are names and people that you'll see in the pictures in the back there. A lot of people have come and gone, but since that time, and it's been a pleasure working for each and every one of them as well as you. I have learned a lot, and that time will be cherished. I wanted to just recognize a couple of people, if you don't mind, just briefly. When I've been before you in the past, I've never really had the opportunity to do so, and I felt like this is my last chance. So first I want to recognize my dad, Louis Lee Phillips, and my mother, Georgia Aspiotis Phillips. They were my heroes. I love those people. Dad was a teacher and a coach, and as a kid I would attend his games and go to the locker room and listen to him talk to his players and go to the banquets. I was in awe of the way he captured their attention and how they adored him, and he was both inspirational and very humorous, which I thought I might have got a little of that from him. I idolized them very much. My mom, as you could tell by her middle name, was born a child of Greek immigrants. She was raised in the Midwest, and her father owned a restaurant and a little small farm. I believe visiting him as a child was where I got my love for nature. Although Mom was terrified of snakes, insects, and most all critters that she came in contact with, she saw that how I loved them both for plants and animals, and so she tried to steer me in that direction early on. While I was growing up as a teenager, I was looking forward to the summer. Well, my mom would hand me my luggage and say, "You're going to be teaching nature studies at 4-H camps and conservation camps." I said, "Oh, that's great. What are the other three brothers doing?" "Oh, they're going to be playing kick the can and summer sports and lifeguarding." And I always wondered, what did I do wrong? And why was she putting me off into these, the different places in Kentucky? But I know now that she just knew that was my passion. And so she migrated me to those things, and I love her for that. I just wish they both were here to see me graduate from the city and tell them how much I love and appreciate them. And I also feel it's important to recognize my first supervisor, my mentor, and actually my dear friend, Dr. Lemuel Moore. He was the Director of Culture and Nature Operations and gave me my chance as the Nature Center's manager back in 1986. He was one of the kindest and most compassionate people I've ever met, and he was very supportive of me during the time he was the director under his leadership. Dr. Moore, hopefully he's watching, and if he is, I just want to let him know that I thank him from the bottom of my heart. I also like to thank Ms. Deborah Bowie, because she has been a support ever since day one. I've only worked under her leadership for less than a year, but I have truly been inspired by her compassion, her leadership, and the way that she loves the citizens, the city, and the department. So I want to thank her. And I also would be remiss if I did not recognize the employees of the PRCA department. As you may remember, during that time period when the city was changing names, well, it would have not been surprising if they changed our department's name to the Department of Can Do. And the reason for that is because each and every one of our staff, no task was too great for them to take on, and they would not turn it down, and they truly did their best to make it happen. So it's because of our employees, whether they were the interns, volunteers, advisory board members, friends groups, associates, part-time and seasonal staff, frontline workers, support and managerial staff. These people in the department are the hardest working, most loyal, dedicated, and always willing to get that extra step, give that extra step to help staff. I've truly been blessed to know and work with these people, and both past and present, which make up the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs team. And lastly, I want to recognize those that have supported me the most over all these years. My beautiful wife, Debbie, and my 3 phenomenal sons, Gamma, Matthew, and Andy. I'm so glad that those 2 were able to make it. Deb and I met on Sanibel Island, where we both worked there. Both of our families lived in Lee County, and we could have easily stayed there and lived our lives out there. At that time, I was the director of a nonprofit nature center where I started as a naturalist and moved up to the center manager and then became the director. Debbie encouraged me early on to go back to school and get my master's degree, which I did in administration and supervision. Debbie knew, like my mother, that I could do so much more by getting a degree. So after the birth of our first son, I applied for the nature manager's position up here in Gainesville, and I was accepted, and we moved here in 1986 of March. After being here a short time, our family grew, and more exciting things were happening in the city and my department and our lives. So instead of the 3 to 5 year plan that I was wanting to get the experience of working for a municipality and then possibly moving on, something strange happened. I fell in love with the community, the city, and the work that we were doing. There were many nights and weekends that I was involved with city meetings, programs, and events, but both my wife and my son stood there by me and understood and were very supportive. In many cases, they actually were able to participate in the events and programs, so they knew that the work that we did was important. So that time leads me to here. I'm going to close by saying if it wasn't for the love and caring of my wife and my sons, I would not be ending my career with the city of Gainesville a happy and fulfilled man. I look forward to spending my future with my wife and my boys. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, again, thank you. It has been truly an honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the years of service, Mr. Phillips. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you over what you can't imagine, but 13 years that you and I have actually worked together. And I have nothing but respect for it. I'm so excited that you get to actually choose what you want to do every day when you get out of bed. So make the most of it. And I'll see you out there on the Ironwood Links. We'll actually get to play around maybe one of these days. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for your decades of service to the city. I think we first met probably when I was 6 or 7 years old when my mom worked for you at Morningside Nature Center. And then through the years of went on beautification board and all those wonderful events out there, and then on the commission. I think every time though when we've spoken, your passion for our city showed through, and I truly do appreciate it. And our city is we do have an amazing park system, and I thank you for that.
Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I just want to publicly thank Steve for everything. He's been a very influential and positive person in my life personally. If it wasn't for Mr. Phillips, I would not have gone to the University of South Florida to pursue my master's degree in public administration. Steve wrote a recommendation for me to do that. And so just want to just say how individuals like him take risks and believe in you and is committed to doing the right thing. And so, Steve, thank you so much for everything. I'm here in this position, in this seat, partly because of you and the commitment that you made to me and people that look like me and people that depend on government. You were there, you never turned away, you listened, and you were committed to doing that. And thank you so much for that. Be good and take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of your days. Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you. Thank you, family, for being here. Thanks for sharing them with us. Oh, I'm sorry. Steve, hang on one sec. Commissioner Johnson wanted to give some words.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to express my thanks and gratitude to Steve. We have an exceptional park system, and I know that's largely in part due to you and your leadership and your team over there. So enjoy your retirement. Thank you for your service, for all that you've done for this city. It is a much better city because the time that you committed and everything that you gave. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, go enjoy yourself.
I will.
Happy retirement. Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right, Madam Clerk, our last proclamation.
Next, we have Proclamation 200824, Emancipation Day, May 20th, 2021.
And for the second meeting in a row, we're lucky enough to have Ms. Vivian Filer with us to accept this proclamation. Ms. Filer, good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Whereas the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center is proud to celebrate Black History Month with the citizens of Gainesville. We are aware of the need for the accurate portrayal of African American history and are here seeking a proclamation which we consider to be vital to our city and state. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22, 1862. It stipulated that if the Southern states did not cease their rebellion by January 1, 1863, then the proclamation would go into effect. And whereas when the Confederacy did not yield, President Lincoln issued the final Emancipation Proclamation on January 21, 1863. And whereas the emancipation in the state of Florida was proclaimed by General Edward McCook in Tallahassee, Florida on May 20th, 1865, 11 days after the end of the Civil War, and more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by President Lincoln. And whereas on June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger of the Union Army arrived in Galveston, Texas, and informed the enslaved people that the Civil War had ended and slavery had been abolished. And whereas Texas and Florida became the last two states to read the Emancipation Proclamation to their people, Galveston, Texas began its celebration, and cities all over our nation joined in recognition of it being the last state to hear the reading. Citizens of Florida also began celebrating May 20th in their schools and communities. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 20th, 2021 as Emancipation Day in the city of Gainesville. Invite all of our citizens to join me and communities all over the state in officially celebrating May 20th as Emancipation Day in the state of Florida. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville this 9th day of February, 2021. Ms. Filer, if you'd like to share a few thoughts with us.
Yeah, and I must, because one thing that even though I'm aging, I'm learning. And what I have learned since I wrote the information was that Galveston, Texas was the last Confederate state on the 19th of June in 1865. There were still 2 more states that had not heard their proclamation. So we are in the state of Florida trying to make sure that the state does not give us June 19th as Florida's day. So I will be pushing and coming back to see you and trying to teach that May 20th has been celebrated since 1865 by Black folks in our schools, in our churches, in our communities. And we are trying to bring it back. The city is working on that already, I know, because I am also on that committee. And so I appreciate this. I appreciate us wanting to move forward factually and in the best interests of our children. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the commission. Thank you, Gainesville, for being the wonderful city that you are. And thank you, Mr. Phillips. You and I have history as well. So I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the proclamation.
Thank you, Ms. Filer, so much. Thank you for being here to receive it and working on it with us. And we look forward to continuing to build that educational opportunity. And it'd be a good time, I think, to mention that there's no reconciliation without truth. And to that end, this Saturday, there will be a ceremony at the County Administration Building recognizing the truth of our past, including lynchings that happened in Gainesville and Alachua County. There'll be a soil ceremony at, I believe it's noon, am I correct? At noon at the County Administration Building. It will be live streamed and on Facebook Live as well if you would like to watch it from your home, or you can join us. We will be enforcing social distancing and masks if you're there, but it will be a solemn but important moment and a recognition of our history as well, where we all have an opportunity to learn. So we look forward to seeing you all there. All right. Just as a little agenda management, there was 2 items we did not get to this afternoon. One is simply appointing a member to the canvassing board. That's pretty perfunctory. The other was approval of a contract for some design work on University Avenue. And what I'm going to do is we'll hear that item with the resolution of support for redesigning University Avenue at the same time. So any of our guests that are watching that wanted to speak on either of those items, they'll be heard next to one another, and you'll be able to participate then. But with that, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead to our next item on the agenda.
All right, next we have the first resolution for the evening, item 200736, resolution on for a guaranteed income, with the recommendation that the commission approve the resolution and approve the memorandum of understanding between the city, MGI, and Community Spring.
Thank you. And I want to clarify something. The memorandum of understanding is actually between me and the 2 parties, not the city. It's really asking for me to participate. If you read the MOU, you saw that was me meeting with the 2 other parties every other week to sort of update and figure out where we are and what we need to do. Also to work with some dissemination of information and working to help tell the stories of the people participating. There's really no need for the commission to approve the MOU. I just wanted it there in backup so you saw what it was, you could read it. If you had any questions, you could ask me. But again, there's nothing directly being asked of the city as far as direct participation. Perhaps some ancillary participation in helping spread information or surveys, things like that. But no direct ask, and I think that was pretty clear last time. So with that, I'll turn to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move resolution 200736.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola to approve the proposed resolution. Anybody in the chambers wish to speak to the motion? Okay, over to you, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, we'll then move back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Jesus Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. This is going to be a hugely important project. I'm so excited for the work ahead of us. And we'll keep you periodically updated. When we hit some milestones, I'll bring it back to the commission and let you know what's going on. Invite Community Spring to let you, ask them questions. But we're thrilled to get started on this work. So I very much appreciate your support for this project. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next item is 200812, resolution authorizing extension of the existing credit facility with respect to GRU's taxable commercial paper program, with the recommendation that the commission approve the resolution authorizing an extension of the existing credit facility with State Street Bank for GRU's taxable commercial paper program, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality, and the form of the amendment to the credit agreement for the credit facility and fee letter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bielarski.
Yes, Mayor. Of course, this is the item that everyone's been waiting for. So we're going to, I'm not going to take up any more time, and I'll introduce Mr. Benton, who you all know, to deliver in his typical way, the facts and figures associated with us. So take it over, Mr. Benton.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as the commission is aware, GRU maintains a mix of fixed and variable rate debt. It's not possible for us to issue that variable rate debt without underlying liquidity facility agreements to support that. These agreements provide funds to pay principal amounts due upon the maturity of that debt in the event of a market disruption that precludes the debt to be remarketed. So tonight we're talking about two liquidity facilities that are due to expire this year. The one that's before you right now is associated with our taxable commercial paper program. It expires in August, and it's provided by State Street Bank, and PFM, our financial advisor, engaged in discussions with State Street regarding terms for an extension. State Street agreed to a 4-year extension at a cost that is 3 basis points less than the rate on the current facility. So what staff is requesting is that the commission approve the resolution authorizing an extension of the credit facility and the form of the amendment to the credit agreement for the facility, as well as the fee letter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benton. Are there any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move resolution 200812.
The motion was from Commissioner Ariola. The second was from Commissioner Hayes Santos. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Adam, over to you.
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line right now. The floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is file 200813, resolution authorizing extension of the existing liquidity agreement with respect to GRU variable rate utility system revenue bonds, 2007 Series A, with the recommendation that the commission approve the resolution authorizing an extension of the existing liquidity facility with State Street Bank variable rate utility system revenue bonds, 2007 Series A, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality and the form of the amendment to the standby bond purchase agreement for the liquidity facility and fee letter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pilarski, Mr. Benton, anything to add?
No, Mr. Mayor, it's the same type of facility, simply supporting our 2007 Series A bonds.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Simmons moves resolution 200813. Commissioner Hayes Santos seconded it. Any members in the chamber want to speak to the motion? Adam?
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line right now. The floor is yours.
Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, aye. Commissioner Hayes, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item, file 200833, resolution of traffic safety and FDOT, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, Mr. Feldman, did you want to add any clarity to this particular resolution?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. So I can speak to this and set up the discussion for the next item as well. So as you know, because of the tragic deaths that the West University corridor has seen over the last 13 months, the commission had a series of motions that set into work a lot of action, not only by the city, but our partners at the University of Florida and at the Florida Department of Transportation. And because of that, we thought we should take some initiatives, some that were that you asked for, some that we have taken on our own, This is one that you asked for, which was to adopt a resolution asking the Florida Department of Transportation to address safety on state roads. There, we have several state roads in addition to West University Avenue. So this earlier today, you amended our legislative policies to support actions that the state and our partners can take in terms of seeking funding from the state to make improvements. So we would ask you this evening to approve this resolution and the subsequent study that will be talked about next.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Glad we're moving forward on this, but I would like for us to, I don't think the parameters are large enough on the 13th Street portion. We're ending at Northwest 5th Avenue, and we really do have already built pedestrian-oriented development all the way up to the bridge at Northwest 8th Avenue. And then on Archer Road, I think we should go down to Southwest 16th Avenue because we also have already built pedestrian-oriented development down to that point. And I think it would be a mischance for us not to include that. I also think on the University Ave portion, we should move a couple blocks east of Northeast 3rd Street, which is currently recommended, to Northeast Boulevard, because that would line up with the Sweetwater Branch Park and also would cover the other kind of pedestrian-oriented buildings there, the library and then the building, the commercial building across the street. So I would ask that we make those changes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a few things. First of all, following up on what Commissioner Santos just said, I'm inclined to, I guess I'm okay with 8th Avenue South on 13th Street down to 16th Avenue. Definitely needs to go to South 16th, no question. Tremendous pedestrian activity happening south of Archer Road as well. But also, I would go farther, and I know this starts to stretch things, but it's important that we do this. On University Avenue, I would like us to go to North or to East 15th Street, but definitely to at least Waldo Road. And the reason for that is the character of the road really changes east of 15th Street. Everything from 15th Street west all the way to 22nd shares a lot in common. There's a lot of pedestrian activity. Also, I think it's extremely important that we capture the bike traffic and the bike trail at Waldo Road crossing University Avenue. That is never going to be what it needs to be if we don't have major redesign there. That keeps the infinity loop that's been talked about for years now from happening because the ability to cross University Avenue on a bike at Waldo Road is minimal. And I know that stretches things. I know it makes it a much bigger ask, but it includes then not just the university community, not just the downtown community, but really representation of everything that is Gainesville then. If we can go all the way to 15th Street, the old tackle box, and at least Waldo Road. It brings in so many communities that make up Gainesville if we do that, and it excludes those communities if we don't. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Just to clarify, are we doing the resolution and the business discussion item simultaneously?
We're doing the resolution right now. We will take up next the approval of the task force study.
Okay. I'll just hold that comment then, but I do want to agree with Commissioner Ward's point to see if we can extend this as far as Waldo Road. I do think that his point that it covers a wider, it's a more diverse cross-section of our city, and I think that would be the most equitable way to do this while we're on the topic, to just go ahead and do something that covers everyone, not just the university sections of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I thought we were on both items. But just to close it out, I would definitely very much support Northeast 15th Street. I think the more we can connect this road, the better across the city. And I agree that is kind of where it does make a transition from being a commercial area with heavier traffic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I agree with what everyone else has said here. Looking at Northeast Waldo Road and the 15th Street area, I think we need to extend this.
Yeah, thank you. I completely concur. I immediately, when I thought about the opportunity to safely redesign the University Avenue corridor as well as 13th Street, absolutely it should go to the gateway feature there. And in fact, I don't know if any of y'all have seen Jason Hazler years ago designed a roundabout going around that feature, basically taking out all the traffic lights there and making a roundabout that kind of like the Peanut by P.K. Young, but a lot bigger, and just allowing traffic to flow through there, which would greatly increase the economic vitality of the area, would really encourage commercial redevelopment because it would slow traffic down, allow people to pull off on the different areas. It really was creative, and it showed you what that area could be with pedestrian-oriented design and context-sensitive design. And I'm not like necessarily pushing his plan. He did it just to like show the community that you could think differently about that particular 5 Points area. But there's a lot of potential, and I agree. I think if we stop at downtown, we're really missing out on an economic redevelopment opportunity for the rest of that corridor there. And then you're right, once it splits off, Hawthorne Road, and the sort of nature of that area changes. It's no longer sort of mixed use and commercial. It gets much more traditional residential. So yeah, I support those ideas. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If y'all will let me go into nostalgia for just a minute, there's a picture of little 5-year-old Harvey Ward standing in my front yard on University Avenue, and behind me, you would never be able to tell where it is right now because the tackle box still exists in that picture, and there is no stoplight at 15th Street and University Avenue. I believe University is a 2-lane road still. This would have been the early 70s. University is a 2-lane road, and traffic moved just fine on it. And it was a 4-way stop at 15th Street and University Avenue. Those things can happen. When you said the idea of a roundabout there, that it just made me think. It used to be that. Now if you ask me for detail of it, other than that picture, I couldn't begin to do it because we forget things pretty much as soon as they change. But it worked. Traffic flowed in and out of Gainesville just fine. Now a lot more people are traveling it today, I recognize, but it's interesting how things move in a cyclical nature. Thank you.
Sure, and I guarantee you the traffic flow worked better than it does right now with all those lights. They're timed all crazy. Like I know they do the best they can, but it just doesn't. It's not designed well. Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Every time I go for a run through there and I have to go through those lights, I feel like I'm like playing Frogger. I think about a roundabout every time I go through there, like how much this would flow better, especially when you're driving too, how much easier it would be. But yeah, hopefully we can have that as part of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any interest in a motion on the resolution?
I'll move resolution
200833.
That one.
Motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to adopt resolution 200833. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak to the motion?
I'm people's representative, and I remember, as Mr. Ward does, the tackle box being on that corner. When I first came to Gainesville, I used to get my fishing supplies there and then go head towards Palanca to go fishing the St. John's River there, and I missed that. I think that was a historical piece that Gainesville is so missing. So I think that should never have been taken out of there. That there was a slap in the face to every citizen that lived in East Gainesville for that to be removed. And I remember the picture he's talking about, that, this here, is something that, these people, are not looking forward to a roundabout being there. Some people, like myself, are still not getting used to them roundabouts, and are against them. And I think that when it takes you 7.3 minutes for to take and go around a roundabout with a fire truck, there's your life. Your whole life is gone. So I'm against this roundabout, but I am for the information which was plotted within this agenda. So if a roundabout was mentioned in here, I'm not seeing it, and that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Shepherd. And I guarantee you every birthday present and Christmas present my dad got for many, many years was from the tackle box. He was never surprised, but he was always grateful. Okay, Adam, over to you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this is adoption of the resolution?
Mayor Larry standing in for Adam for just a bit, and no calls.
Larry, welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Or hear you, anyway. Okay, then we will move back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Now, Madam Clerk, let's go and read BD 7 into the record.
BD 8, I assume?
BD 8?
BD 8.
No.
That would be file 200821, University Avenue and West 13th Street, Complete Streets Design Concepts, authorization of a task assignment under a professional engineering and consulting services agreement, with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize the city manager or designee to execute the task assignment agreement between the City of Gainesville and HDR Engineering, Inc. for the University Avenue and 13th Street corridor study, subject to review by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. The city manager already, I think, explained this item. Did you want to add anything else, Mr. Feldman?
I do. So let me talk just quickly about the scope change and give you a potential solution. So certainly expanding the boundaries is going to change the price and the time frame of this study. My suggestion would be that you pass what we present to you tonight, and then let us come back with a revised scope that you can amend at a future meeting. And let us proceed on this, because time is of the essence on this corridor, because the university and the city need to be able to present ideas to FDOT as it pertains to the work it is in this specific, from 13th to 22nd piece. And in doing a more expansive study that goes all the way across Main Street will just take more time to do, and I'm not sure we have time. So I heard the issue that the commission has. Let's come back and bring a second proposal to bring in those additional pieces. And my recommendation would be to pass this one tonight.
Okay, thank you. And one thing I would like to do is delay the execution of this until after our meeting on Monday, which shouldn't be a problem because that's only 2 business days. I want to hear what FDOT says on Monday. They may be bringing something to the table where they're already planning on paying for and executing a study even perhaps broader than this one. And so we may want to rethink that after Monday. And so I'm fine giving the city manager authorization tonight, and I would just wait. And after we hear what FDOT says on Monday, we can take action at that meeting on Monday as a commission. I mean, we could take an authorizing vote for the city manager to move forward, you know, if that's what's most appropriate or you know, that's what helps facilitate moving this forward. So with that, I'll go to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we have the city manager can move forward on the current proposal, but to hold off on signing it till after the NTPO meeting, and then the city manager come back with an expanded scope for a different RFP that would include going up north to 8th Avenue on 13th Street and down to Southwest 16th Avenue on 13th Street, and then on University Avenue going to Northeast 15th Street.
A motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward, to adopt the recommendation delaying execution until further authorization on Monday, and a second proposal to go out to extend the scope of both 13th Street and University Avenue to the aforementioned streets. Commissioner Sacco.
Sure. Mr. Feldman, if I just may ask, the Campus Development Agreement Capital Projects Fund, where do those funds come from?
So my understanding is that at one time we executed a campus development agreement with the university, and they provided those dollars to the city to mitigate the impacts of their development. And those are dollars that we have left over at this point.
Mr. I can add a little bit more to that. It was money set aside by the state legislature to the University of Florida specifically to pay for transportation and infrastructure projects that would help mitigate the impact of the growth of the university. And so it was a special fund, and they're mostly used for bike ped and sort of road projects, that kind of thing, around the university context area.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's been sitting dormant. They put money in there every year, and then they just ended that program several years ago. But there was a balance left, and hasn't been tapped for any particular project in a few years.
Okay.
But this would be a very appropriate use of that fund.
Agreed. I just wanted to know where the money originated from. If it was, my concern is that the city alone would be bearing the cost, but it's from a fund that the money is.
Yeah,
it's
it's
a shared cost.
pre-existing. Yep.
Yes. So I'm more than comfortable now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Have we looked at also pedestrian safety on the Southwest 2nd Avenue corridor and Southwest 4th Avenue corridor as a potential candidate for this project?
So, Commissioner, I will just tell you that we're looking at lots of corridors as part of our Vision Zero, but this specific task was designed for the West University to come up with concepts that we could submit to FDOT.
So yeah, the difference is that we own and control those roads, and we.
That's what I thought. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So this is all about us and FDOT. Yeah. So the motion is to approve the authorization for the task assignment as is, delaying execution until after further direction from MTPO on Monday. And then the city manager will bring back an expansion of the scope to go all the way to East 15th on University and go from 8th Avenue to 16th Avenue on 13th.
So we wasn't thinking about Forest Waldo heading east, or we just was
No, past Waldo to 15th.
Oh,
To the
oh,
the
that
feature,
15.
the
Okay.
tackle box.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
yeah, yeah.
Northeast 9th Avenue.
Yeah, all the way to 15th. Yep. Okay. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? You good? Okay. Over to you, Larry, I think.
Yes, sir, and no callers.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll move back for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
And I Zoom. We are moving into the ordinances, correct?
Correct, we are in FR1.
FR1, File 200440, Quasi Judicial Planned Development Amendment, Alachua Health Services Still Point. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending ordinance number 08565, commonly known as Alachua Health Services Still Point, planned development located in the vicinity of 2730 Northwest 39th Avenue to allow for a 30-bed assisted living facility and other permitted uses with certain conditions, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Feldman, do we have a presentation on this?
I'm going to turn it over to our community builders, and well, I guess Ms. Shelley starts. So.
Okay. Shelley, welcome.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, this is quasi-judicial, so under your rules, the commission should disclose any inadvertent ex parte communications if you've had any, then hear a staff presentation, hear a presentation from the petitioner or applicant if they'd like to make one, then public comment, then you deliberate and vote.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. So, Mr. Feldman, back to you. We have with Ms. McMullen. Welcome.
I'm going to hand it off to community builder extraordinaire Brittany McMullen.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Can everyone hear me?
Your place is so clean and neat, Ms. McMullen.
Oh yeah, that's definitely mine.
I'm so impressed.
Definitely mine.
I can't tell you how many times I've thought that on calls, Ms. McMullen. I'm looking at people, it's like, how do they keep their house so clean? Like, oh, it's a background, no wonder.
Yeah,
okay, I'm sorry. You're the last item on our agenda, so we're a little bit kooky, but you have our full attention.
No worries. All right, let me go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. McMullen. Commissioner Johnson has her hand up. I want to make sure there's no ex parte. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, I've had communication, but I'm able to make a partial.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else had any ex parte communications? Okay, nobody else. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for disclosing that. And back to you, Ms. McMullen.
Alrighty. Well, let me go ahead and share my screen. Sorry, it's just taking a second here. All right, so the request before you tonight is PB-20-96, a request for an amendment to the Still Point Plan Development zoning ordinance to allow for a 30-bed assisted living facility and technical office use. So the property is located at 2730 Northwest 39th Avenue. The future land use designation of the property is PUD, Planned Use District. Surrounding land uses include recreation, which is the Spring Tree Park that you see to the north and the east of the property, in addition to residential low intensity and single family. The zoning of the property is planned development, and that is what we're here to talk about tonight. The surrounding zoning districts include public services and operations and single-family residential. So more details on the property in question. As I mentioned, it is located on Northwest 39th Avenue. The current use of the property is medical office. It's about 1.5 acres in size. The proposed amendment would allow for the property to be utilized as either an assisted living facility with 2 phases of development or medical and research office. So phase 1 of the ALF development includes using existing space to accommodate 18 to 20 beds, and phase 2 would add about 1,500 square feet of new building area to accommodate 8 to 10 more beds. Here are photos of the site located on 39th Avenue. As you can see, the property contains mature vegetation, which screens it from the view of the street. The updated plan development layout would add additional square footage and would maintain a 20-foot side setback and allows for development south of the existing structure, which the current PD does not. So the setback of the new building area will be 146 feet from the front property line. So it's set back quite far from the street, which is what the original PD intended. And the plan maintains required buffers from the creek, which is located to the north of the property. Staff has reviewed the application for consistency with review criteria and the city's land development code and recommends approval of the request. In addition, the city plan board has heard this request and recommended approval as well. That concludes the staff presentation, and the applicant is with you tonight to present, and I will be sharing their presentation for you once you are ready for the applicant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Mr. Hilliard, welcome back.
Thank you.
Long time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, I'm Hilliard. I'm here representing Mr. Scott Burnett, who's the owner of the Still Point project. She pulls the PowerPoint presentation up. I'll try not to repeat all the things that she's covered. I just want to show you a few extra slides of some areas to show you that this area is changing and how this particular use will fit in and be compatible in that area. So Brittany, if you will just go on to the next slide. Probably going to skip through 2 or 3 of these. Next slide. Next slide. So I want to stop here. So you can see the location of the Still Point property that is surrounded by all of this green area. So this green area is Spring Tree Park. So you can see that it's totally separated from pretty much any single family residential uses that are in the area. Next slide. This shows, Brittany shows this slide showing that the new development would occur in front of the building. Next slide. So this is the existing structure on the site, and this is the approximate location where the new approximately 1,500 square foot would be added to development. So we will not have much of an impact on any of the vegetation out there. May have to maybe cut down 1 or 2 trees, but the overall impact on the development, it will be hardly anything. You would not notice the development from the street. Next slide. This just shows another site of a photo of the existing building. Next slide. This is the parking lot. Next slide. So of course, this is located along 39th Avenue, which is basically a 5-lane highway connecting I-75 over to 301. Next slide. So directly across the street from this is the St. Andrew's Church. Next slide. And as you can see, looking from the driveway into St. Andrew's over to the Still Point property, you can hardly see the structure that is currently there. Next slide. This is the part of the park that wraps around it. Next slide. So in this area, you see that there are other institutional type uses. You got Creekside Community Church. The next slide, you got the North Central Florida Baptist Association office. Next slide. And so down this corridor, this didn't come out as well as I wanted it to, but you're probably familiar that along 39th Avenue, you have the Sonic Drive-In. So you have Sonic Drive-In, you got the Kangaroo gas station, and what used to be a shopping center a long time ago, it had a Food Lion, pizza stores, and is now basically a Shands processing center, back office processing center with hundreds of employees. If you ever drive by there in the daytime, you'll see a lot of people there. And also you have Uptown Village, which I think they've changed the name to Evergreen Village now. That's a mixed-use project. It had the Old Red Onion, I think that was the name of the restaurant there. So there's retail and mixed use along with apartments in there. So I bring this up to let you know that this corridor has a lot of different uses along it. Our particular use will generate less trips. A 30-bed ALF will generate less trips than the current medical facility. Talking with staff and looking at the ITE manual, the existing use generates 128 average daily trips, 121 average daily trips compared to 78 trips for ALF. Next slide. And Brittany talks, the staff has reviewed and determined that our plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan. One thing I want to point out is as we change and pivot in this kind of new environment, most of your ALF facilities around Gainesville now are probably 200-bed facilities. So this will be unique in that it will be a 30-bed facility in more of a residential location that will provide a better quality environment for the residents that will be there. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Mr. Burnett is here to answer any questions you may have about the facility.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. There are a couple questions, I think, before we get to public comment. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hilliard, so the 30-bed ALF, is it where the patients, are they immobile or mobile, or is it seniors? Just give me a little bit more information. Who will be here and their condition?
It's going to be seniors, but I'm going to let Mr. Burnett talk to you a little bit more about that.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for your time, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Scott Barnett. I'm the owner of Still Point Therapy Center. We've been there for 20 years serving the community with health care. So the idea arose, we have an issue with affordable housing for elderly. In the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to have a huge amount of people retiring that have no savings. Our plan was to try to create something that was in the community that allowed people to not have to leave Alachua County to get that affordable housing. And we're at a different price point than these large assisted living facilities. It's about half the cost, and it will allow people that have Social Security benefits only, combined with some other funding from the state, to be able to house them. Some of them will be in the same room. There'll be like 2 per room in some of the rooms. But what it will do is allow for the community of Gainesville to take care of the elderly who maybe are economically challenged and be close to their family members. The assisted living part of it is defined as they require some sort of assistance, so they wouldn't be able to live independently on their own in order to qualify for that funding. So, but it's not considered a nursing home. It's not a place where there's a lot of nursing care, like full-time nursing staff and that sort of thing. It's people that need assistance.
Type facility?
It's what?
Age in place.
Yes. Well, that's a little restrictive. It's for all people that require assistance. They require they might have mild dementia. They might have some physical reasons why they need assistance. They can't independently make their own food, or they might need assistance with bathing and things like that, maybe with medication, things like that.
But there's an opportunity to age in place. They can stay here, they can live here. And
Absolutely.
For infinity and just
Well,
make that home.
Infinity's a long time.
Yeah. But
No,
that's
you're right.
home. That would be considered home.
That would be their home.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And they could live out the rest of their life there, as long as they didn't need more medical care. So if they were, if they needed to be in a medical facility, then they would have to be transported out.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you bringing here and clarifying those questions. Adam or Larry, whoever's there, if you would open it up for public comment on this item.
Yes, sir. As of now, we just have the one caller. Darlene Buffalo is on the line. Darlene?
Thank you. Thank you. I do have a question since, will there be doctors on the premise also in case something happens? I know my mother had Alzheimer's for 10 years, and there was no way she could live on her own as it got worse. And then do you have any places in the state of Florida, if not Gainesville, on what you're doing so we can check that out also? Because I've not heard of this type of assisted living before, other than the one that has full care. And is this one, I have one other question. When you're mentioning where it was, the subdivision that's kind of behind it, is that Spring Tree? Thank you.
Yes, that's Spring Tree subdivision behind. There will not be a physician on staff per se. There'll be physicians that check on patients, and there'll be 24-hour care, and that care will be trained and licensed. They will not be registered nurses, but they will be trained staff, and they will be checking on the patients around the clock. So it's, again, it's not a facility that there's different step ups and downs based on the person's medical needs. In this case, they require assistance, but they're medically stable.
Okay, thanks. And I'm just going to remind the commission that this is a quasi-judicial decision. We need to be making our decision based on whether we believe that it meets the standards of the comprehensive plan and the surrounding uses, not on the type of day in, day out use at the facility. So that's fine information, but it's actually not part of our decision, Alexis, today. Larry, any other callers?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Just, Mr. Shepherd, if you'll just hold up one sec. Thank you, Ms. Bolden. All right, Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, sir. My name's Donald Shepherd. I choose to call myself the people's representative, and it's been for 12 years. And as a representative, for them not to have a healthcare facility license, I don't think that this should even open. Because I know for a fact from elderly people like my mother and my father that went into places similar to this, that took and had no nurse or no doctor on hand to take and make the medical decision whether they need to be transported to a medical facility or not. It wasn't there. And so if this is not what they have in intention, which I'm not hearing, I don't think that this place should be even open because of it. We got too many places in Gainesville right now that are licensed in that, and that these elderly people are dying in. And for them to take and suggest not having a medical license to take care of the people's medical needs, you can't take and transport a person 3-4 times a week for medical uses when there's no money to do that. They got the money to take and provide this kind of facility that is going to amend it and look out for these people's welfare. I don't see where that is something that we need in the city. What we need for the city is for over on the east side, they have a rehabilitation center. And I say more than 30 rooms, because what is 30 rooms going to do? We could fill those up in one day. I say that if they're going to open it, get a medical license clearance so you can take care of them medically. You can take care of them financially, because if they can't do their own bills, then somebody's got to be there as a finance advisor and have a signed document stating that. Then my vote is no, we shouldn't put it in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once again, this is a quasi-judicial decision. We are simply asked to determine whether it conforms with the comprehensive plan and the surrounding land uses, not what the use of the facility is. And with that, we will turn back to the commission for deliberation. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this change, but I think this is a clear example of why we shouldn't do plan developments on kind of the zoning, and they don't work that well for the future. It's one of the reasons why it's in the housing action plan that says one of the things we should reduce doing because it increases costs. We're making a slight change and adding 1,500 square feet and it has to go before the plan board and the city commission, and that costs money and significantly, and it probably scares people off from being able to redevelop places. So I think it's something we need to tread care. We haven't done it in a very long while on the commission doing plan developments, but something we should tread carefully doing. And I also think we should be proactive and go look at some of the plan developments that we have out in the city and try to rezone them, because I think that's going to stop redevelopments happening on some places that probably have a higher, better use. So I'll move ordinance 200440.
Okay, it's a motion by Commissioner A. Santos and a second by Commissioner Sacco to approve the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. We've already taken public comment, and so we'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons? Was that aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. I believe now we're back to commission comment.
Actually, Mayor Poe, I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt.
no, you're right, the canvassing
Take up
appointment. Yeah.
BD9.
Go ahead.
BD9, file 200863, canvassing board appointments.
All right,
The
thank
city
you.
commission to discuss and appoint a citizen member to the 2021 canvassing board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we appoint Harvey Budd to the canvassing board. The other candidates started talking about who they were voting for in elections, and I don't think we should put anybody on there who's saying who they're voting for in elections in their letter.
Okay, there's a motion that we appoint Harvey Budd. The Harvey Budd.
There's only two candidates.
Okay. Was there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ward, Harvey Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
No, sir.
Mr. Shepherd? Go ahead.
What I wanted to say is that congratulations to Harvey Board. I think he would make an excellent member to the board, and look forward to it. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the commission for roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we're now at commission comment. Commissioner Sacco?
Talking and nobody can hear me. Okay. I was contacted earlier this week by one of our neighbors, and they asked how we might be able to assist UF faculty and students in any capacity. And I explained that it's really outside of our control in terms of getting the university to sit down with faculty or adjuncts or teaching assistants. But I did say that I would at least bring it up and comment to see if we could send a letter of support to have a conversation with these voices. And I don't know if all of you got the same email I did, requesting some of the things that they're requesting, saying along the lines of ADA accommodations for those who are asking it, and that they just want a conversation with the university, and that so far they've been mostly unheard, and they just want a conversation. So I don't know if there's appetite as a commission to send a letter saying, would you please sit down for that conversation, or in any terms of support for some of these requests from our neighbors who do live in our city, but who are having a rather difficult time being heard at the moment.
Yeah, I believe we all got the same email. I certainly did, and I replied to it. The university has a shared governance model. They have a faculty senate. They have a career service body that represents them. They have a graduate assistants union. They have several bodies that work within their system to communicate items of mutual interest. This to me is way outside the city's purview. As an individual commissioner, you should absolutely feel free to write that letter. As a body, for us to get into the internal administration of the university, I believe is inappropriate. And again, they have conduits for communication. They have people that they've elected to represent them, and they have a formal process for that. So it's not as if they don't have a means of communication. And I'm telling you that I am not comfortable as a body taking that action.
I mostly said I'd bring it up just to, have one person listen to them at least and say I will try to see what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but I didn't promise action so much as to be heard. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was contacted recently by one of our neighbors who asked that we consider, as some other cities have done, a resolution condemning and denouncing genocide, crimes against humanity, and other mass atrocities. And I've got some backup for it, but I would ask that we consider this at the first meeting in April, and I'll circulate backup for it prior to that.
Yep, sounds good. Just put it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to have a brief conversation about it. We have our commissioner travel and conference funds, and they've been pretty restricted in the past, mainly on those two areas. And I was wondering if the commission would like to kind of loosen those restrictions, where you'd be able to use them on community meetings or bringing in speakers or other things to further the goal. They still need to fit with the city procurement rules, but I think having a little more discretion to fit whatever kind of you as a commissioner think is the best way to spend those dollars to either better train yourself or to bring community meetings or other things like that. I just wanted to get the thoughts of the commission on that change of those funds. You don't have to come, maybe we get to talk about it another time too, but just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine having a discussion. Maybe if we can gather what some other communities do, and that, I would like also to know what other communities our size, like what their budget is. Ours is very, very low. I mean, it's basically like one thing. So I'd like to know amounts, and then also maybe some other potential uses. I think it's a good general policy item maybe coming up. And it wouldn't matter until next fiscal year anyway. But yeah, I find that very interesting. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just bring up today about an issue that I think we need to address as a board, as a commission. I don't know if you had received the CRA annual report that was done in January, I believe. But the board, I'm sorry, not the CRA, but the advisory board submitted their annual report, and some things that I saw in that report was very disturbing to me. And I think we need to have a joint meeting with the CRA advisory board and this commission so we can get some transparency and get some clear understanding and direction on what we're wanting to see, what the board's purpose, and how do we get there. I think there's a big disconnect, and I've been hearing a lot of, well, not hearing a lot, I've seen some of the meetings, I'm hearing some of the members, and I'm not seeing any results. And I think we need to intervene as a commission and have a conversation, have a joint meeting with the board so we can start getting our goals and our vision in alignment.
Yeah, that's fine. Without objection, we'll ask the clerk to find a date to schedule a joint meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we want to remind our city residents that we have a city election coming up in a little less than a month. And so we encourage you to educate yourself as to the candidates and the issues. And we want to really encourage folks to show up and vote. For the first time, we will have mail ballot drop-off boxes at every early voting site for the entire early voting period. So you'll be able to take your mail-in ballot and drop it in a drop box at one of those early voting sites in the city for the entire early voting period, which is pretty cool, pretty convenient. So you don't have to go in and wait in line if you're not comfortable with that. It's something new that we're doing that we worked really well in the election in the fall. And so we want to thank our supervisor of elections for that opportunity. And you know, we want people to vote, and we want people to stay healthy and safe. And this is a way to do both those at the same time, and in a really convenient manner. Okay, back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the historic last March election for City Commission. Everybody should want to participate because this is the last time you get to do it in March.
We need to make T-shirts like "Kiss Me, I voted in March" or something like that. I'm not giving any campaign ideas to anybody. I'm just saying I'd probably buy one of those shirts. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind reminding me where all of our early voting sites are? Because I know we've changed them around a few times, especially on the east side of town. But
so we've got downtown, we've got Millhopper, we've got Rights Union, MLK.
Okay, that's
probably it. I think that's it. In this, because those are just ones in the city. We're none obviously outside city limits. And we can publish those on our website. Let everybody know. Early voting is not until a week before the election, so we got a little time there. All right. Well, thank you everybody for the good work. We appreciate it. And the commission will be having a general policy meeting next Thursday, but then we'll be going on recess for a couple weeks after that. So we won't have a regular city commission meeting until March 4th? Okay, March 4th, I'm sorry. And then we go on recess after that. All right, everybody have a great evening, and we will see you for MTPO on Monday. Big meeting. We are adjourned.